Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the Color Nation radio show. Thank you. When you come in, like, share, and subscribe, it's the least we can do. We have an explosive show for you tonight. Now, every night that I said that, things are going to go left. Tempers are going to rise, passions are going to be raised, and things are going to be talked about. So what you're doing. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend, tell an enemy. The College Genesis is on. We have a good show for you tonight. I'm broadcasting live from Liberia, West Africa, in my third week. I got 3 more weeks here. Assignment. I haven't got a lot of work done, but I promise you before I leave here, all my work will be done and everything like that. I will get these interviews before I leave. I don't know how I'm going to do it, whatever, but I'm going to do it. Whatever it costs me, whatever like that, I'm just going to do it, So I got my GoPro camera that you guys bought. I appreciate it. And I'm going to get some real stuff. I'm not going to let disappoint. Now, folks, when you have a topic like Pan-African or Cuckoldism, who represents Black America? The reason why I did is because there's a controversy going on right now. And I'm beginning to suspect a lot of this ADOS FBA people are nothing but organized bots that are not even Black. President Muhammad is set to come to New York City and speak to the UN and then lay a wreath at this slave burial site, declaring slavery a crime against humanity. Right away, you got all these FBA. How dare you talk about it? Look, the slavery affected the entire Black race. Now, some people will say, oh, the Africans are after our reparations check. Like, you got a check coming in the mail, all this foolishness. And I'm beginning to think that a lot of this stuff, because I think I have to sit back and think, put my spidey senses on. Black people on two sides of the continent. Black America is the most powerful group of Black people in the world. You got an emerging Africa that's in opposition to Europe right now, rebelling against Europe as far as everything. Who benefits from the division between these two major groups of people? Certainly the hell ain't us. Now, I'm not a cuck for Africa. I'm not a cuck for Africa. You're a cuck for America. At least I get something out of Africa, right? I'm here in Liberia. I consider this my home. You can never consider America your home. You sit there, Rico, while the white man sitting there eating his ice cream, and it was his white woman and his eating his vanilla ice cream or not. You're sitting on the side of the road like, man, I wish I can go there. You're a spectator in America, Rico. You haven't been an American for 400 years, and you'll never be an American. You are a spectator. At least I'm on the continent right now. I could say without a doubt that that I'm part of the society over here. It's beautiful. I'd much rather be around Liberians than most of you Negroes in America because they're more civilized than you people are. Really, it's the truth. They're more civilized over here than you are. That's a sad thing to say. That for the most part, Black America, and this we're going to talk about tonight. Why do you think everybody cucks Black America? It has to take the Africans coming over here, talking about they're going to advocate for slavery because the Black man in America ain't got no power. You see, let me tell you how it is, Rico. See, everybody just takes from the Black man in America. The Koreans took K-pop from you. They basically stole your legacy. The Howard University helped these people, these bastards, get over here. When no white university will accept them, but they won't give Howard the respect and say, yeah, they won't tell that story. They made it seem like Howard was a white university. Right now, you got Joy Reid calling New Orleans and the Deep South the Caribbean. So they could take what they want from you anytime. You're just nothing but a cuck. You get none. You know what I'm saying? You get none. You know, people come over here off the boat, right? They get access to loans, grants, everything, start a business and whatnot. And you got Negroes down in Charlotte down there trying to start a business when I can't get a dime. You know, you are a cuck. You are a Negro American cuck. You know, that's why you're angry with the immigrants. You know, okay, for all the cuckold, I'd be angry with the immigrants too. They're coming over here getting laid. You're sitting over in a corner, you know, with yourself, you know. What's up, Dark Migo? Yeah, Black America's been cucked for 500 years. It's been a 500-year cuckold, you know. They're still waiting to get laid in America, become Americans. Like Rico, I'm American, like Nakmeezy or not, you know. Can we call Nakmeezy Cuckmeezy now? You know, these Negroes cucked. America's never gonna fuck you. You're never gonna sleep with them. You're never gonna get a piece of ass. You know, you are a cuck in America, right? But what I don't want us to be a Pan-African cuck, us Black nationals be Pan-African, because I'm like this. People say, Kala, what do you think about Dr. Arikana? You know, I haven't heard anything that I know me or my people could benefit from. Sorry. What do you think about Ibrahim Traore, Kara? I haven't heard a fucking thing. I'm not gonna be nobody's cuck, you know. Oh, Ibrahim Traore, do we get anything? Do we have any land? Do we have any resources? Do we have any gold? Do we get anything out of it? No. So if I'm not gonna get anything, you're not gonna cuck me, you know. And that's the attitude I have as a leader. You know, my job is to make sure that I lead by example. You know, any country I deal with, people say, "Colin, you should try." I'm not trying any more African countries. You know. Yeah, even Johor, I guess he's taking care of his own people, but what the hell's that got to do with us? We are not going to be under the leadership of the Collegenesis, right? The Black man in America is no longer a cuck. No more cucking for anybody. If we're not sitting down with clear objectives, how we benefit, whatever like that, we have no deal. As simple as that. You stay away from us, go all day. Like I said about this fucking Shamuzi showing up at the Oscars and whatnot. We don't want these fucking. What do we need with these Nigerians for? Can anybody show me what benefit we get with fucking with Nigerians and some of these Africans? Nothing. You know, oh, but Nigeria got oil. I don't give a fuck about Nigeria's oil. Do we got any? No. Don't tell me about Ghana's gold. Don't tell me about Nigeria's oil. Don't tell me about anything in Africa unless we got access to it. You know, the cuckery stops tonight. So, well, we got a good show tonight. As you know, it's already getting heated up. So what I need you to do is like, share, and subscribe, tell a friend, and everything like that. Because you know, we got topics like Pan-Africanism or Pan-Cuckold, who represents Black America's interests, whatever. You know things are going to go down tonight. You know it's going to get hot and heavy tonight. You know what's going down. You know that this is a show you want to be on. You know this is a talking to the Collegenesis is where you want to be at. So stop what you're doing. Hit that like button. Hit that share button. Subscribe button. This is Colin Rumble tonight. The worst African American in the world. I am the worst African American that ever lived. Whatnot, you know. I will get on your nerve tonight. I will tell you what things that's going to piss you off. I will get into you. I'll ether you, you know. I'm going to get into your soul, you know. So all you FBAs, all you coons, all you tribalists out there in Africa and whatnot, all you stupid, dumb ghetto Negroes, you know, I got your ass. All you white devils and whatnot that's causing trouble and everything, I got your name. I got your ass, and I'm on you. Because you can call me Collegenesis, you can call me Thanos, as some do. You can call me Rumble. You can call me the Ringmaster. Where's the Ringmaster? I deal with a circus of deadly clowns. You know, like St. James like mad because I called him a deadly clown. Look, man, you got to have a sense of humor. You know. He's like, why you call people clowns, Colin? Or not? You know, I don't know. I didn't know. Like sometimes I underestimate my strength. You know, because I say that to people, and it sticks to people. Like, damn, man, aren't you that dude that Colin called a clown? You know, and it sticks. And people are like, man, I've been trying to shake off that deadly clown thing you called me when it just won't go away, Colin. Well, sometimes I underestimate my own strength, so like that. So I gotta be careful about who I call a deadly clown or not. But we will be talking about the cucks tonight. Some of my favorite cucks are like people like Afro Stink Tank. He's a Nigerian cuck, whatnot. Kala Abuga, my name. Ooh. Come on, Rico Miller. You don't want to start with me, man. You don't want to start with me, man. You will go down, you want to go down that rabbit hole with me, because you will lose. You know, I'm the king of roasting, bro. Rico Miller, man. I've been doing some studying about Charlotte, North Carolina. And let's look up Charlotte, North Carolina's poverty rate. Let's look at the poverty rate in Charlotte, North Carolina. Rico, you got some explaining to do, bro. Let's see, poverty in Charlotte, North Carolina. Wow, man. Poverty in North Carolina, Charlotte, North Carolina represents a complex picture of lingering challenges. You know, despite recent slight declines, the city previously ranked 50th out of 50 for upward mobility. That's sad, man. It's like dead last. About 11% of residents live in poverty. That's a lot of Negroes. Well, that's about the whole black population. You know, with a significant disparities as low-income children in certain neighborhoods face lower economic process. But others efforts underway to address these. They always try to. You ever see like this? That we got to address this issue. What the fuck is addressing? Are you gonna put the money out and send everybody a check to get out of it? Oh man, I go Alabama's. I know 10 times worse. It's like the further south you go, the more you see poverty. Uh, Efforts underway to address these, whatever like that, as breaking generational poverty through career training and support. So Charlotte's not too far from Liberia. They ain't too far from Liberia and whatnot. The poverty rates, like this Liberia, you could if you have a car here in Liberia, you can make a living at least. So it is what it is. Now you ask for Alabama, poverty in Alabama, poverty in Alabama. Oh, jeez. Alabama has one of the highest poverty rates in the U.S., consistently ranking fifth to seventh poorest states, with a poverty rate of exactly 15 to 16%. Poverty in Alabama is heavily concentrated in the rural Black Belt region. High rates of child poverty, disparities affecting Black and Hispanic residents. Wow, it's just sad. You know, wow, man, this is depressing, man. Historical legacy. Yeah, like I said, they say they link it to the history of the city from slavery times and whatnot. The state of slavery times. And it's a real situation, man. We got to do something about poverty in Black America. In rural Black America. In fact, in Liberia, I think we're gonna take up a collection in Liberia. Liberia's going to start donating to Black America to help us out in that situations like in Charlotte and Alabama and the poverty in the deep south. I think Africa could actually help Black America, by contributing money. But it is what it is, man. So we're gonna help our brothers and sisters in Black America, out. I love being over here in Liberia, man. I feel like I'm on safe ground, But yeah, so folks, Pan Africanism or Pan Cuckolding, Charlotte up here generally ranks the middle tier of educational quality among cities. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like I said, in all those cities right there, you'll have an educated Black population, but the thing is, they're so isolated, it does no effect over the masses. The masses of people are always going to be in poverty in these places because there's no industrial base. You got a service sector there, you got the airport and stuff like that, service jobs, but it's really rough in the South. Yeah, yeah. But I'm saying is there's a lot of black college graduates who go there because they gotta you look, if you got a college degree, you go to a place like Charlotte, you got a good life. Same thing with Atlanta. You got that degree, you got a good life. Good life means you're doing better than the black people who don't have a degree. Almost guaranteed. You're guaranteed some sort of middle class ranking. But the thing is, it's not all cracked over. You're not thriving. You'll do better than most black people. You're not gonna ever thrive. Oh, Virginia got it going on as far as black people in America, but Virginia has it going on. And where I live at right here, the median income is like $85,000 a year in Virginia Beach, Chesapeake area. You got a huge black middle class here. There we have no real. Virginia Beach has no rundown neighborhoods, no slums, no hoods, anything like that. Yeah, in Charlotte, yeah, the rent be like really cheap. One thing about Charlotte's good is the rent is cheap, man. I was looking down there, I was like, yeah, but the thing is, do you want to live in those neighborhoods though? Because you got these places like Hidden Valley in Charlotte, North Carolina. They look good, man, but they gang infest. That's the whole thing about black people, FBA people. You FBA people understand something. Y'all can live a good life in America, right? You could have a good life in America, right? But you basically got gangs. You got gangs that have taken over, and people don't even know this. A lot of gangs, Mexican gangs and whatnot, the drug trafficking, go to places like Charlotte. Charlotte's a major drug corridor, for the East Coast. And so these gangs tear up these neighborhoods. You got MS-13, you got all these other gangs, Bloods, Crips, and everything like that. So the quality of life with it, when black people are like, something, I'd rather pay $1,500 a month just to feel safe. So all the money that you could be saving and building, you got to keep freaking thing. No, Charlotte rent is cheap compared to the rest of the thing. I remember that. I was thinking about moving down there, but then people told me, "No, you don't want to come down here." I saw some neighborhoods. As far back, it was just 20 years ago. I saw houses, middle class houses, going for $35,000. Houses that the same houses here in Virginia Beach at the time were going for $150,000. In Charlotte, they were going for like $35,000. I'm like, what the hell? $35,000 for a friggin' house, a ranch style house. And I'm like, damn, Charlotte's cheap. But the thing is, the reason why it's so cheap is you can't live there because of the crime. The crime is really bad in Charlotte. I don't know what to do about the crime situation because black people really don't want to do anything about the crime. It's the culture. People like the criminal element. They like all the foolishness. They like the loud music and all the stupid stuff that goes on with it. And then ordinary black people are tired of that shit. I'm not lying. I'm telling you the truth. I know a lot of people that tried Charlotte and they got the hell out of it. The crime is just really bad. Just like Memphis. Charlotte's nothing but a glorified Memphis. All these cities, right? I heard Durham is getting rough too. Durham is getting rough. Raleigh's getting rough. All these places in North Carolina are getting rough. I don't know what the hell that's all about. Another place that's rough that I did not know until was Wilmington, Delaware. I had no idea. I drove through there one time and I said, man, it looks like a beautiful city when you go there. It's historic and whatnot. And then people were telling me, I had friends of mine tell me, nah, you don't move here, Colin. I go, what for? I said, I like Delaware. He said, no, if you want to move in Delaware, move to the south, past Dover. He said, Wilmington, he said, we got a lot of Philly people here, Jersey people here, Newark people here, and this place is like lit. I said, oh, shit, I didn't even know that. Because on the surface, a lot of these cities on the surface look good. Charlotte on the surface looks beautiful, Same thing with Atlanta. Wilmington, Delaware looks beautiful when you drive through it. I mean, really nice looking, especially the downtown area, what you call it, downtown area. But the bottom line, people tell me, looks is deceiving, man. You got real niggas out here in Wilmington. I said, what? And there's a one dude that I forgot. I had him. I was on his Block Talk radio show years ago. He had to have me on. He's like, he has a special guest. And he said, I remember him because he used to stutter. I forgot his name. He used to stutter. And he was like, basically, this was like years before I went to Liberia. He was like, yeah, I came on the show and told him about the history of Liberia and stuff like that because he wanted a Liberia expert because It was right around the time I first got on Dynasty, about 2018. And he said, "Yeah, man, it's really bad up here." I said, "Are you kidding me, man?" I was just heartbroken. I was like, "Damn," because I thought that'd be one of the cities I want to move to and whatnot. He said, "Nah, you don't want to come up here." And it angered me because I'm like, is there any place that black people have that's nice? Then I heard Prince George's County is now off the fucking hook, off the chain. You got people from DC, some parts of Baltimore moving to Prince George's County, and they turned that into a fucking hell on earth, you know? Tell me, like I said, is there any place Negroes can't turn into a hell on earth for us? Is that the only thing we know how to do is turn nice black neighborhoods, once promised about, into hells on earth? And we can't say nothing about it, And we can't say nothing about it because we're cucked in America. Because if we had our own land, you think in a million years, if we had our own government and we were the ones in power, we let this happen? Of course not. But we're cuckold in America because we can't take matters. Because bottom line, if we were in power, we round these Negroes up, these YNs and whatnot, give them an opportunity. You're going to do this, or it's you're going to get a bullet to the back of your head. You make a choice. You know what they're going to say? Man, let me go let you do that vocational school and stay my ass out of trouble. That's what Mao Zedong did. When you have a real revolution, that's what you have. Mao Zedong knew that they couldn't straighten out China. China was so lawless and whatnot, so criminal. And the reason why it was that, because there was an occupying force that likes it like that. So when your community is in a state of chaos, somebody easily rules over you. The FBA people are only in charge because Black America is in a state of chaos right now. White supremacy is only in charge because Black America is in a state of chaos. They rule over us. They control the media. Once you have that revolution, which is never going to happen inside of America, and we're trapped here in America, right? There's nothing we can do about it, And nothing we can do about the crime you see. All this stuff can be fixed in Black America, We got billions and billions of dollars sent overseas for a war, but we have no money for job training and stuff like that. Let me tell you, don't tell me that, oh, yeah, well, you got to go by the market. White people used to create jobs, right, that probably they didn't need when that experimental job, just to give their people work. They used to do that. They used to be like, okay, what is this factory for? We don't know what the fuck we're making. But the bottom line is the government will say, yeah, make those parts and whatnot, But because we want to keep people working, because they know if you don't have, if these white boys here didn't have jobs and something to do, they would burn this country down. But Black people, they'll let you sit there and be idle. They'll let you 2 generations sit by and not have it be gainfully employed. But they're going to make sure the white boys got jobs. The white boys got those contracts. You go to Jersey. You'll never see a Black man on a construction site as a contractor. You'll see him as a laborer sometimes. But the bottom line is those white boys, the contracts, the construction, heavy construction are done with white boys, white unions, everything like that. That's a social contract. The white man on Wall Street, the corporate America, he makes the billions. And the bottom line is he partners with the white man on the bottom, the electricians, the contractors, the plumbers, and that's how the white world works. And they both basically are united, the poor white person and the middle class and the rich, to keep the Black man out. So miss me with this nonsense, but who said Fred Hampton said it's not about color and yes, it is about color and class, because America is based on a hierarchy. The hierarchy is about race. It's not about class. We haven't figured that out. We thought that some of us thought that we could basically get with white people and they're gonna help overthrow the system and whatnot. No, they benefit from that system. The poorest white person benefits from that system because no matter how much money he has, he's put on a higher hierarchy because he's part of the ruling race, and he's not going to give that up voluntarily. So the only thing he has to do is be born white, and he's already in. He's going to have opportunities. He's going to have networks, everything like that. He can go to any city in America, disappear to white suburbia. Your situation is different. So missing that nonsense about we need to come together and forget about race. No, we don't. Hell, we don't. This America started a thing a couple hundred years ago called a race war. That's what it's all about. It's been a race war. Economically, socially, culturally, sexually, everything is about a war between blacks and white, a race, you know? Yo, look, yo, dude, man, if you don't get the hell away from me, I don't want to hear what the hell you have to say. I don't give a damn what your questions is. Type your question in the chat room. If I feel like answering that, I don't want to talk to no fucking white people on my goddamn show. What the fuck? Don't you understand that shit? I really don't understand the logic of white people. Why do they fucking want to come to talk to me? What the hell you want to talk to me about? We have nothing to discuss. We're past the point of talking. I'm at the point. This is a show. This is not like other shows. We're done talking to the white man. We're done. There's nothing left to talk about. You know, all we want is you people gone. That's what we want, gone, or at least away from us. You can't do that, then we got nothing to talk about. How can you guys go your way and we go our way? You know. Well, the bottom line is this: I didn't say Liberia owed me anything. You know, I said I'm here because my ancestors built this country. That's all. You know, I'm not saying Liberia owes me anything. I don't know like this. I'm just saying I'm here because my ancestors established this country for me. You know, as simple as that. I look at the words of Hillary Teague, Joseph Jacobs Roberts, Randolph Cooper, Elijah Johnson, all those great black men, the founding fathers of Liberia. The words they spoke, I believe in. Now, you may listen to Thomas Jefferson, John Hancock, and George Washington. They don't mean shit to me, right? These black men who established this land right here is what's real to me, you know, and I'm different, you know what that. Well, yeah, I do. I feel like I own the place. So what, you know? I do actually. I do. You know, my ancestors built this place, so why not? You know, so it is what it is. You know, talk around. Yeah, I feel like I own the place, man. I'm like 3 more weeks, man. I'm fucking don't want to leave. You know, well, that's good for you. You know, I don't go in expecting anything other than the fact that I could come here and disappear the crowd. I don't tell nobody who I am, whatever like that. I don't tell nobody I'm an American. I don't say nothing to anybody. I don't tell anybody where I'm from and everything. I sit back and be quiet and enjoy the country that the civilization that my ancestors in 1822 and 1847 created it, you know, created this country for me. You know, they knew that I would come here 200 years later and whatnot, and that's what I'm doing, you know, and that's what a lot of us Black Americans are now in Liberia. We're doing. We're basically continuing because we're parting ways. This is the beginning of us parting ways with America. You know, you're witnessing history right now, my friend. You're witnessing history. You know, this is a turning point. You said turning point USA. No, we got another turning point. We're basically saying we're time for us to basically look other options besides America. Not just let's be Africa, not to be Liberia, but we have to look at other options, other friends, everything like that, and let white people go their way and let like this. Well, I beg to differ on that. I bet you that just because you were born someplace, don't make you that. Now, I'm an American, my own type of American, but the bottom line is America does not own Black people. America does not respect Black people. You know, America does not own Black people doesn't own, and we'll see in the future whether Black people come our way into nationhood or they're gonna stay American. We'll see. We'll see what happens. You know, so. People think, oh, you're born in America. I mean, you're bound to America. You be born someplace. I mean, you're bound to it. Well, the bottom line is, how about this? We could do better, you know, if we had our own land. You know, you think in a million years, if we had our own land, we'd have crime? No. You think we have criminals? No. You think we have YNs? No. You think we have to worry about racism? No. I mean, I was watching that thing with Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo. When it was at that award thing in the UK, and some guy with Tourette's were like that yelled up nigger, right, like that. The look on their faces were like, I've seen that look before. That for whatever greater good, you have to sit there and take that shit. You know, you have to sit there and be like, oh man, I want to tell this motherfucker, fuck you, whatever, like that. Like that. But I gotta smile, and that right there is what's killing us. Most black people basically don't get to say how they really feel. You know, they don't say how they really feel. We got to suppress who we are and what we think just to make everybody happy. And those days of making other people happy, bottom line is until I'm happy, I don't give a shit about nobody else being happy. You know. So bottom line is this: we're sick and tired of racism. I'm sick and tired of it. You know. So racism is a dead issue. We're just done with it. People always think that we're fighting for. We got to sit there and fight. I can't change white people's opinion. You know. Well, I can't change white people's opinion about black people. You know, can't change that. They're obviously they're never going to change. More and more white people are adopting white supremacist ideologies and everything, bordering on genocide. And I'm saying to myself, something, we're ripping the point. There right now, you got white people, you know. Yeah, but the thing is, DK, I feel much more comfortable here, you know, than I do in America. All depends on what mindset you have, mindset. So let me tell you something, DK. When you're a Black American and you're in Africa, no, I'm strong in America, I'm strong in America, right? So I'm strong in Africa, When you're a Black American like me, Africa works. Now, some people, if they go to Africa, they're going to fail. They're going to fail because they weren't strong to begin with. I'm strong to begin with. That's why this place works for me. It works for me. So bottom line is this. And also, like I said, when I come here, I expect the best. I came here on a diplomatic visa and a VIP visa because I brought a tour group here and I've done business in this country. So I'm giving that respect. I like it. I like it. Now I come here, I obey the law, watch the laws, and when I respect the police, respect all the things like that, do my part and whatnot, and just enjoy myself, enjoy my stay in this country, and just do what I can do to make be an example to my people, of my people. In other words, I'm constantly understand that I am representing my people at all times, what I'm saying? So like this, I don't hate white people, I just basically realized that this space right here is where I get away from them. I deal with white people all the time. I got white people that have friends, I deal business with, that I'm cool with. I got people that I'm cool with. I got white people in my family, I have nothing to do. Look, I don't need you to tell me all white people are friggin' thing. But I'm saying on this platform right here, this is not the place for you. Now, if I met you in a bowling alley or something like that, and you want to talk about sports and whatnot, hey, we could do that. If you want to shoot some pool, dude, I met you, we could shoot some pool. Hey, I'll go out and buy you a beer. But on this platform right here, the Pan-African Black Nationalist platform, you and everybody else do not belong, I'm saying? Yeah, I do hate my enemies, right? I do hate my fucking enemies, The bottom line is this: if you are in a situation when you're against what I'm doing, and the bottom line is this, that gets kind of hairy, DK, because the bottom line is this: I've been looking at this for a while, and if somebody's against what I'm about or what I'm sure, you're my enemy. I don't give a damn what color you are. I don't care if you're black, white. Now, if somebody does not give a shit what I do, and they say, Kala, whatever, good luck to you in life, then guess what? We have no problems. No problems. I don't care which about color, whatever like that. But if you are diametrically opposed to me, my people, and you're trying to stop what I'm doing, yeah, I got a problem with that. Now you're an enemy. Whether you are Nigerian, whether you're Liberian, whether you're black, white, German, whatever like that. If you're against what my values are, what I'm thinking, and the litmus test is when I say that it's time for Black America to have a nation of our own. If you are basically opposed to that, you are an enemy. I don't give a damn what color you are. Now, if you don't care or you're indifferent, then hey, whatever, we're cool. But if you're against that, that's what's called having principles. You know, I have no permanent friends. I have no permanent enemies. I only got permanent interests. If you're against my interests and what I believe in, then what you call see, this is the problem. You say your ideal world for Black people in America. What is your ideal? My ideal for Black people in America is to have. Listen to this very carefully, Mr. White Man. If you don't listen to nothing I say, you don't listen to nothing I ever say. I believe that the Black man in America should have had an option, and the government should have made that possible. You cannot just tell a people we're going to enslave you and do that like that, and then write a constitution and 13th, 14th Amendment, and we're not even at the table to negotiate. There was no treaty between America and Black America. There's no, okay, what do you people want? General Sherman tried to do that. General Sherman said, okay, when this war is over, what do you people want? And then he met with leaders and said, we want protection from this Confederacy, and we want 13 acres and a mule. So they said, we're going to create a strip of land. This strip of land was supposed to be from Wilmington, North Carolina, down to Jacksonville. That was supposed to be like a federally protected homeland for Black Americans, right? For 100 years that we can get ourselves together. When Lincoln was assassinated, it fell apart. Black people were going to be given the opportunity to repatriate to Africa, and the government was going to pay for it, or stay in that territory right there. So you cannot have a situation where you build your whole empire, right? The Homestead Act, everything like that. You achieve all your dreams. You build cities from coast to coast, sea to shining sea, and we are left with the crumbs and nothing. Now, when I say that the Black man should have had an idea, a thing saying, okay, you know something? I think it's time for us to part ways. America should have paid for that. That's the least they could do. They compensated the slave owners for their loss in slavery. Why didn't they compensate us? And like we had Liberia right there. America refused to pay for our passage out of here. And now they sit here and bash us all the time about what we didn't do. We never asked for none of this. Most of you guys understand that? We never asked to be Americans. That's where I come from. And the bottom line is this: we never asked to be Americans, right? And whatever we have, whatever we accomplish or not, it's just purely amazing how we basically changed a country that fucking hated us and whatnot, And I'm not going to say, I'm like this. There are Black people who love America. Look, I get that. There's Black people who consider themselves Americans. I get that, right? But that should not be the whole thing, because I know those Black people are being used and weaponized against the rest of us. What about those of us who say that we should have a government? You don't think I should have a government, Mr. Nostalgia? You don't think I should have a government? You don't think I should have a military? I should have an army? I should have higher education? I shouldn't have my own Wall Street? I shouldn't have all these things that you guys have, your race has? How selfish are you? The white man has everything in America. The Black man has nothing. And you ask me, what do you freaking want? I want what you have. Since slavery times, there's been 200 nations created. And now some of them are thriving past America. But we're stuck here in this country because we don't have self-determination. That's what I'm talking about. So you're not going to hear anybody else talk about that, Look, the American military protects the white American. That's what you guys don't seem to understand. That's your interest. What's going on in Iran is not my fight. I could give a shit about Israel. I give a shit about Iran. If I had to fight, I would rather be sending troops If I could, I would take 10 million black men, America, and send them into the Congo and stabilize the Congo. You know, why am I fighting? Every war we fought doesn't benefit us, right? Most black people would love to have been fighting in the Congo back in the 70s, 60s, and the 70s, but we're fighting in Vietnam. You know, no, they're protecting American interests, U.S. interests. They're not protecting me, and that's what you got to understand. I am a black nationalist. You know, I know you're probably not used to hearing this. You know, you guys are not used to hearing, and it should be the black man. My ancestors come from the Congo, and tell me why the hell am I in America with my ancestors, the richest region in the world? We should be building our Africanistan in the Congo. That's what I want. You know, I personally am tired and through with this whole thing of, I mean, look, let the friggin' everybody else have America. We want a land of our own. We want to build our own civilization. That's what we want. You asked, and I told you. You know, so the whole thing is this whole America thing. You know, look, I think America as a civilization is dying. You know, and then, like I said, I think you believe America is on its final stages. You know, this is what happens when an empire dies. Rome, I see signs that when Rome fell, Greece fell, Egypt fell. All those signs you see in America right now. People are taken to the extreme identity. People are lashing out at minority groups and stuff like that. People are just the same thing that happened in Rome. Where people are decadent, you know, we got people who are decadent, you know, there's no righteous, unjust wars being waged, you know, looting of the treasury, all the things that you see that brought down civilizations and whatnot, you know. And also the worst thing is the moral compass, right? How can you have a civilization that can't tell the difference between what a fucking man is and what a woman is? There's no right and wrong. There's no decency. There's no morals. You know, that is the reason why America's civilization is dying. And we do not want to go down with America. Sorry. That's why I'm here in Liberia, right? I'm just getting myself ready because I know one day we will build this new state on the African continent for us to leave. You know, it will happen. You know, so it is what it is, you know. It is what it is. But, you know, the powers that be will basically stay standing. It's a good money. Well, I have no idea who the powers that be, but the bottom line is this. I just think that Black America, the money we generate, we should be taking it out of this country, putting it into gold bonds, derivatives, and all stuff like that, and transfer our money, Swiss banks, and all stuff like that, hedge funds around the world, and take our money out of this country, you know? So it is what it is. I don't know what America stands for anymore. I really don't. I don't really understand what America stands. What's the purpose? You know, it used to be a thing where the idea of a citizen was such pride and guarded. Now, because we live in a world where the idea of the citizen has no meaning, anybody could come across a border and basically, no, I don't think so. Now that sounds like that gay shit, you know. And you want to hug me, man, nigga, get out of my face. Now I wasn't gonna let you up until you said that. The idea of a citizen, is trivialized. Now anybody could come across the border, suck the benefits and whatnot, and then even convince the people that the people who are enforcing the law are wrong. You know, the law is a law. The law says that you cannot be here unless you have legal documentation. But they said, no, something, you know, that pesky thing called citizenship. Nah, that's not really. That means you don't really have a country anymore. Really. That means America as a republic does not exist anymore. If you don't, it's like this, you know, so it is what it is, you know. So it is what it is. It's citizens. If you don't have a citizenry, then you don't have a country. You know, what's up, classic man? You know, if you don't have a citizenry, you don't have a country, and a country does not recognize a citizenry. Like we're doing it with Black America. right? What do you do when you want to bring in new immigrants here that you can use and exploit? Hey, forget about the black community. We managed to create a working class community in Chicago, paying taxes for generate. I heard the tax rate in Chicago is gonna go up 130% just to pay for the illegals that they brought in. You know, we have no protection, no say so. We never asked for these illegals to come here, right? And that's another thing. Shouldn't every group of people be allowed to say what people that's going to live among them be among them? Black people in America have no say so over anybody that comes in. Yeah, I saw that march on Selma. They basically hijacked, like I said, classmate. Nothing belongs to us anymore. Nothing belongs to us anymore. They came in and hijacked us, hijacked our movement, right? And they basically said that they're taking it over now, right? That was something out of racism and stuff like that, the Selma March and everything. Now they're using that to prop up illegal aliens and whatnot. So they just trivialized our whole entire history with this thing. It's just really sad. Now you got Joy Reid talking about, the deep South, New Orleans. That's really, no, the deep South of New Orleans. That's the Caribbean. No, for God's sake, we can't have an identity. That's another thing about people talking about American. What's the point of being an American if everybody's going to take your identity? Michael B. Jordan, beautiful young man, won the Oscars and whatnot. Here comes Ghanaians friggin' claiming him. People come and take whatever they want from our culture. And like I said, because we're a minority group here and we have no protection, everybody just come and pick what they want out of Black America like they're picking bananas, Oh, we want this out of Black America. Michael B. Jordan, I think we can use him. He's Ghanaian now, Oh, Shabuzi, we're going to send him to the Oscars and whatnot to give them the limelight of Black Americans, right? Get in on their shit. Everybody wants to be part of our shit. But when it comes to their shit, it's so guarded. No, we can't have Black Americans doing this. No. Essence Festival, let me tell you something, was created by Black men, Black American men for Black women in America. We created that for our sisters because we want our sisters to have something for themselves. It was Black men who got together and made that happen, And we had, what's her name? Cynthia Taylor, I think her name is. That was headed, right? And so, we created that for Black women in America. Talk about their issues and everything. Now you got this African guy takes it over, right? And now it's about the so-called Black women. No, we didn't make it for Nigerian women. We didn't make it for women from the islands and stuff like that. We didn't make it for Cardi B like that. It was for the African American woman, And the only way we're ever going to be a people until we have a nation of our own, There's no protection from us in America, Yeah, this Brandon Johnson. Imagine that you're in a city, right? You call yourself an American, you paying taxes, you did all the right things and whatnot. There's someone just going to come in and take your city from you that you made for generations. You Black people built Chicago, and you're going to bring all these illegals here and displace Black people. So what it tells me is we don't have a country. We don't have a country. You go to city by city, everywhere you look, it's regentrification, neighborhoods being taken over and stuff like that. We have nothing left in America. Nothing. So it is what it is. I'm glad you agree, Rico, but I'm telling the truth. I don't tell no lies. I'm looking out for Black America. Yeah, people are appropriating Africa, even to the point where Africans are starting to call themselves African American so they can appropriate our culture, Oh, we're African American. No, the fuck you're not, And African American is somebody who has a history in the country. Susan Taylor, yeah. But the bottom line is we created that for Susan Taylor. We made her the CEO or whatever, director, whatever. It was Black men, So it was Black men that basically created Essence magazine for Black American women. You know, so it is what it is. South Carolina area. Oh, stop it! The black people who landed in South Carolina in the area became African Americans, as we know them. If you land in the United States, you were born in the United States, you were African American. Historically. I'm not letting anybody up. If I don't know you, if I've never talked to you before, the only way you'll get up is if you send me an email. Nostalgia, whatever your name is. You see my email scrolling across the screen right there. You send me an email, I'll send you a link. That's the best I can do for you. I'm not getting no random white people on my show. I want to know how I could track you, whatever like that. So if you don't want to give me an email, you can't come up. Yeah, that's what they do. They come in and they pick what they want out of Black America and give it to everybody else. Caribbeans had nothing to do with our culture in America. They didn't contribute to fucking New Orleans. They didn't contribute to South Carolina, to Gullah Geechee. They contributed none of that. They contribute none of that. Well, if it's not a legitimate email, I'm not gonna friggin' do it. I can tell if it's a freaking a fake email or not. So bottom line is this. So they basically come in, right? Just like they try to say, oh, hip hop was created by Cool Herc. No, the fuck it wasn't. Let me break that down to you, right, folks, about hip hop and DJing. The hip hop DJ didn't start on the streets. You know what started? In black radio, where a DJ was spinning records and somebody would talk, an MC would talk and whatnot and hype you up. So the bottom line is this. The DJ and stuff like that started in black urban radio. Started in black urban radio, and then basically we brought that to the streets. The two turntables, microphone, scratch it, and cut like that. That came on the streets. But this idea that Kool Herc created hip hop was a nonsense. Hip hop was all the way around for almost 50 years before the 1970s. We were doing that stuff, dancing, hip hopping, and whatever like that. In the recording studio, in the studios for radio. Yeah, everybody's appropriating Black American culture. I'm over here in Africa. I look at these music videos by these African artists. Man, why am I looking at Lambos and all stuff like that, dudes, and having fucking those like suits on, like the yellow suits, the baggy suits, the leather baggy suits and whatnot, yellow and all kinds of color with the freaking Jordans on and whatnot, man, that don't look African to me. And you can't tell, if you turn the music off, you can't tell whether you're watching a rap video or anything else, Yeah, which we call, we basically, the Soweto Gospel Choir was trained in America. We created gospel music and we taught them gospel music. See, that's what happens is when you have fake ass people like Professor Smalls and all these other people who don't want to freaking tell it like it is, they want to cuck. You have to constantly keep reminding people what we did, who we are, and everything like that, because people will diminish your culture, right? Gospel music, the Soweto Gospel Choir came to Harlem, not Harlem, they came to Hampton University in Virginia. That's who the Soweto Gospel Choir came to, the Hampton University in Virginia. And they learned the gospel and whatnot. And also, I think a lot of, we had gospel singers there was a lot of African Americans that went to South Africa during the early 1900s, like this. Many of the plantation, hey, we're African. No, that's a lie. That's a freaking lie. That's a freaking lie. They try to put it that hate. There's no African Americans that are Haitians. They will try to insert themselves into our culture, right? Because let's be honest with you, that island sucks. The action, everything happened here in America. So everybody wants to be part of what we built, Everybody, oh yeah, some plantations brought the Haitians there. Yeah, get the fuck out of here, Haiti was the richest island, in the New World. It was the richest island colony, slave colony in the New World. What the hell would they bring them to America for? Especially when that land wasn't even settled. Doesn't even make any damn sense. The Baruti, but like I said, when it comes to Black America, you can just make up your own history to steal their history from them and everything like that. Yeah, it's okay. Just freaking steal Black America's history. It don't matter. They don't matter. They don't need their own history. Now Southern Florida, Alabama, Louisiana, that's now part of the Caribbean now. Let's take everything from us. Yeah, that's what I said. They want to play down our success, because they look up like, God damn, Black America did this. And they always try to link themselves up. But it was Caribbeans in Harlem at the time. How do you know the such and such was? No, he wasn't. Like you see the plain example with Michael B. Jordan. All the brother said was, "My dad's flying in from Ghana." I don't know why. Why the fuck did he say that? They just jumped all over it and whatnot, and just been like, "Yo, man, Michael B. Jordan." There's still people out there saying it. Michael B. Jordan is a Ghanaian. They can't be that stupid. I think they know better. But you got to say something how Africans are, right? And I'm not gonna be my African bashing self tonight, but the way Africans think is they don't have a culture with books where you could basically know something by reading a book. They have an oral tradition, right? And African oral history is how they got so much misinformation and stuff changes all the time because it's not written down. When they said Michael B. Jordan is Ghanaian, they know in their culture they don't believe in going fact checking and stuff like that. Go to a book or go to an article and find out. They just take it at face value. That's the extent of the African mind. They can't think one generation back. So it's easy for them. A lot of them actually believe Michael B. Jordan is a Ghanaian. Just by word of mouth, just like that. So what that is, they will always say, "Oh, Black American culture, Africans." No, our culture was created here by ourselves. Did we retain some things from Africa? Sure, of course. But for the most part, our culture in America comes from our experience. Yeah, I know that, Rico, but I'm saying in Liberia, they don't think like that. Liberians actually love Black America. They actually love and appreciate Black America. It's like the only place in Africa I could really fuck with, to tell you the truth. Can't fuck with Nigeria, can't fuck with Ghana, can't fuck with all these other countries and whatnot, because I know these people really despise us and they're jealous of us. Liberians are not like that. I'll tell you that right now. They're not like that. They're not jealous of us at all. They feel like they're part of us. So it is what it is. Sit down, baby Rodriguez, Mrs. Mexican, whatever the hell you are. But we're gonna talk about that tonight. Pan Africanism or pan cuckery, and right now the Black man in America is being cucked. Everybody's taking our communities over. They're taking our accomplishments. They're taking our shine, and we're just, what the cuck is. You're having a party at your house, man. Let's say there's 6 girls and 5 guys. And you're saying, so, oh man, I know I'm going to get somebody tonight, man. And then one of your friends decides that he's going to take 2 girls for himself, but that's going to leave somebody with nobody. And you're the guy that sits on the couch downstairs. The girls come up in the middle of the night. Oh, you're down here by yourself or not? They'll invite you up one night and say, hey, look, let's get on night. They'll say, okay, I'll see you in the morning. And you sit there like a fool or not, watching TV while they're up there doing the nasty. All everybody's getting down. and you're in the living room sitting there on television. That is a cuckold. You are a cuckold. You know, you are a cuckold. And that's how it is in America. What you call Africans are making all these kind of deals and whatnot with Europeans. Oh, yeah, we're doing this, we're doing that. The black man in America, we just sit back and be like, oh yeah. Now Africans are doing all this stuff in our name. They're coming to America. They're representing us, talking about slavery and everything like that. So that would mean they're going to basically blackmail America in the West into investing billions of dollars more into Africa, aid, and everything like that. But do you think Black Americans, who are the victims of transatlantic slavery, are going to benefit? Of course not, because we like our role as cucks. You know, we're the cuck. You know, we fetch the water for everybody and everything like that. We're the cucks. You know, we're the cuckold people. You know, we're the cucks. We just sit there and while everybody else do that thing and whatnot. You know, everybody else having a party. We're just here to cuckold and fucking clean up afterwards. You know, sad situation, man. Sad situation, man. Sad situation. Black man in America, man. You cuckolding. 400 years of cuckolding. You know, white man got you cuckolding, talking about American this, American that. You out there with the American flag on and all stuff like that. You're cucking. That's what's called being a cuck. You know, the cuck is a dreamer. You know, he never gets the girl. He never gets laid. You're a cuck. In the Pan African world, you got Pan African cucks, the T3 and me people. You know, the damn Afro stink tanks. You know, these are cucks. You know, they want you to come to Africa and get scammed and whatnot, you know, and whatnot. They always say, oh, yeah, that O'Shady Jackson's a cuck, you know? So all these pan cuckerism, you know, in Africa, whatnot, masking our as Pan Africanism, right? Man, I'm going to Africa when I ain't gonna make a dime and whatnot. You know, like I said, I had a friend of mine, you know, he don't come around no more because he's embarrassed. Went to Africa and I told him not to do it. He went to Africa with $100,000, man, $120,000. Came back broke. 2 years later, he's back in America broke. I told him, you know, I told him. Went over there, blah, 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 you know, getting involved in these stupid schemes and whatnot. I said, it don't sound right, bro. And listen. But that's what happens when you have, when you're a cuck. You know, you're a cuckold, you know. You're a sucker. You're a simp. You're a fool. You're a chump. And me personally, I don't roll with chumps, you know. So I really think if black men move to Nigeria, Nigeria slaughter. Yo, yeah, like I said, some of these people yeah, I seen online. Some of these black immigrants, man, they're threatening violence against us, right? But they don't understand something. We're the majority. They don't understand numbers, the numbers game. We're still the majority, you know. Like, oh yeah, we're gonna start attacking black Americans. Like, that's the stupidest thing you gotta do, you know. We have the numbers, and we're 10 times more violent, you know. So I don't know with the immigrants. Like I said, I don't agree with the FBA stupid shit, you know. But I will tell you this, you know. Where if you, I think a lot of times people they use FBA as an excuse to hate us. They hate us anyway. I think there's some people that hate us, and it's beyond the ADOS FBA shit, you know. But they always point to the ADOS FBA, just like they point to this idea. I got called a bougie. Now, how many times does anybody in the chat room put a one in the chat room? Put a one in the chat room if you grew up with an African in elementary school. Put a two in the chat room if you didn't know no damn African until you got on social media as an adult. I need that poll right now. Put one if you knew an African growing up as a kid, you know, and put two if you didn't know any Africans growing up. Can somebody help me out? You know, I need to give them an idea. You know, can you do that poll I'm doing? You know, can you help me out? One, if you basically went to school with an African, you know, you know, State of flight, the struggles of the freedom of the Haitian diaspora. What the hell does that got to do with fucking me? I don't care about the Haitian diaspora, Baruti. God damn. You know, you went to school in Africa, Rico Miller? I never did, I didn't know my first African until I was an adult. Didn't know it was like there was one Nigerian girl. I was 19 years old. I worked at this department store in New Jersey. It was a cute Nigerian girl, man. I liked her, man. She was hot. I thought she was a little cutie, man. She had nice hair and whatnot, She was really nice. She was cute, She wasn't no part of me though, but she was cute. I liked her. I was the first African I ever met. I was 19 years old. And then I didn't meet my next one until I moved to Virginia, like 5 years later and stuff like that. I think I met an African lady, older lady, stuff like that, But now I see him all the time, Obama, you talk to New Orleans, a lot of people that came from Haiti were French slave owners. Yeah, they didn't bring no free guns. It's amazing to see so many people are threatened by African. It's always talking today. Damn, everywhere you come. No, I don't. I'm not threatened by Africans. I'm not threatened by. Was the African never had any stability? They was destroy any outside accomplishment. The African never had the courage to admit his situation. Now the Africans running around in foreign countries like, well, yeah. What's up, Chris? Yeah, so the bottom line is this: we have to get out of this Pan-African cuckery. When I say cuckery, is when you showcase the country that you're in or doing business with. I want to see real business. I want to see well, I think so, I believe so, I hope so, and blah, blah, blah. I'm seeing Africans basically bringing in Chinese, everybody else. Look, the fucking Africans in Kenya are giving a strip of land bigger than Israel to the friggin' Israel. They say, oh, we're going to have a state, build a new state, a developing state where Kenyan. No, if they basically do that, Kenya, you will be a colony of Israel within one generation. But they would rather entertain that than to give black people in America some land or whatever like that. It's like nothing's on the table. I have not seen anything on the table from Africans to us. It's us coming over there. We ain't giving shit, Your show really discuss things that most Africans. Yeah, I say things that people don't want to say because I don't care anymore, Yeah, which we call they say that lie that we were mistreating Africans, In fact, when I was growing up, Chris, when white people used to talk about Africa, yeah, Benin is giving up land too. They're giving land to, I think, another Jew, So the state of Israel is buying land from these weak ass African leaders and whatnot, It is what it is, Because we let these people, we cuckold ourselves. We let these Africans, these freaking filthy Africans, have control over our motherland. We should have went back there in force with an army and took the fucking continent over by now, Blood should have been pouring down the streets of Africa, Right now. We should be liberating Africa right now. But Africa is in the hands of these people. And you got black people going to America and they get with crooks like Dr. Arikana and whatnot. Look, we need a whole new order. We're going to have a geopolitical order. Black man in America, we got to make that move one day. We got to send 5 million to 10 million black men, strong black men from the United States and the Caribbean, area like that, and take that fucking continent back. Kick out all the white people, kick out the Chinese, kick out all these people like that. Let the blood quench the land. Let's clean Africa and build a new civilization. That's the only way it's going to happen. Blood has to be spilled. You can't just go from 500 years of looting and pillaging and talk about, oh, we're going to create these governments. No, these governments in Africa were propped up by Europeans to facilitate their thing. So I got a Ghanaian passport. What the fuck does that mean? I got a Nigerian passport. What the fuck does that mean? I got a Sierra Leone passport. That don't mean a goddamn thing. All these fake ass countries and whatnot, It's a joke. We need a fucking real revolution. The black man needs a fucking revolution. Everywhere else, they had their revolution. It cost them millions of lives, but they had a fucking revolution, and they're free. Africa is not free. The black man is not free till we have that bloody revolution that we delay and keep delaying. We got to have that bloody revolution. We're not. And the bottom line is, when the people rise up and we have that revolution, you'll see paradise on earth. Africa will be a paradise on earth, but it's not going to be a paradise on earth as long as you keep all these chiefs, all these fucking paramount chiefs and all that need to go. All these freaking entrenched interests and whatnot. And let me tell you something about the so-called chieftaincies in Africa. Do you know the chieftaincies in Africa were basically the only reason why they got any sort of power is because of Europeans, the coming of Europeans and guns. Africa didn't have any chiefs and whatnot with power over the people like that. That's something the Europeans helped create. These thugs and whatnot with guns and whatnot that used to trade slaves and whatnot. That's how they got power. So nowadays you got people running around, this chief over here, and whatnot. And you go back whatnot, like before 600, 500 years ago, for Europeans, there were no chiefs that had power like that. African societies had what we call a Macy, a council of elders and people like that, warriors and whatnot, that they basically protected the people. And African society traditionally was always democratic. They always did what's in the best interest of the people. This idea of one person has absolute rule over people and that's corrupt. I even say it in Liberia, right? The paramount chiefs in Liberia were corrupt because the bottom line is this. The government of Liberia would basically choose what paramount chiefs they would do business with. And the chiefs that basically were on the side of the government and did the government's bidding, let them do what they got to do and didn't give the government no trouble. They were the ones invited to Monrovia to sit on their own special council of chiefs and whatnot. It was a beautiful system that worked all over the African continent, right? The Zulu king and whatnot, he was on the South African government. He got like $1 million a year just for being a chief. Why? Because that keeps the Zulu people in line. It gives legitimacy to the system. And it's been like that for 500 years. The Europeans have been installing puppets in Africa for almost 500 years. It's time for them to goddamn go. That's what I'm up against right now. So, but I'm not going to be nobody's Pan-African cup. I'm not going to get on my knees like an Afro stink tank and Diane Samir kissing no fucking Oba's feet. Sorry, it don't work like that. So it is what it is, folks. Links in the chat room, right? Are you a Pan-Africanist or are you a Pan-Cuckoldist? That's what we're dealing with. Yeah. Yeah, Chris, you're right. There's no stability in Africa. It's a freaking joke. It's really a joke. It is really a joke. You got a thug like Dubaya, whatever his name is, in Guinea, decides to invade Liberia. There ain't no fucking rules, these people. Fucking a savage, Hey, like I said, all these people, all these juntas, the jury's still out on all these other people, whether it's Niger, Mali, Guinea, all these other people with these stuff like that. I'm sorry, I'm not sold just yet. I'm not sold yet. I'm not sold just yet about the Sahel region and all stuff like that. With these dictators that took over and stuff like that. I'm just not sold on this shit yet. Miss me if I'm not excited. Oh, color, don't you understand? Chahori, he's the Messiah. I've not seen nothing yet that says I, as a Black American, right, got to be concerned about. That's what they want. They want Black Americans to be like, oh, well, hands off Chahori and all stuff like that. I'm like hands off Chahori too, but it really comes down to it. If Donald Trump decides to take Chahori out like he's doing Iran, what the hell can we do? We got to get in the streets, man. What the fuck for? What do we gain from it? That's nothing as usual. Oh, we helped bringing down apartheid in South Africa, Black America like that. Did we gain anything from it? No. America, Mandela came into America and he was talking about advocating for the Palestinians and the Native American. We got nothing. So let's be honest, stuff like that. This cuckolding is going to stop. This happy ass, panda ass Black American that's smiling all the time and just so happy to be in Africa and all that. Get the fuck out of here, that shit. And what you call, so that's Baruti. He wants us all to be Ubuntu or not, Ubuntu or not. Yeah, look, you're talking about fucking pan cuckolding. You ain't talking about pan Africanism. Because Pan Africanism means I have power. Everybody has equal power. We have no power. There's no Pan African. Black America doesn't have a Pan African bank in Africa. We don't have a Pan African holding company. We have nothing. We have no assets, no nothing. We were left with nothing. So miss me on this Pan African bullshit. Africans don't want to come up with an ass. Now, if you say it's possible, then you need to get me somebody that can make that happen. You obviously, Baruti, don't have any power. I'm only dealing right now with people who got power. I looked at all those African leaders, right? Paul Kagame is worth $5 billion, man. Why does everybody act like Africa's broke? Brutu is worth $5 billion. Cyril Ramaphosa, $6 billion. Julius Malema, Juju, he's worth friggin' $500 million. 500 million, not 500,000, $500 million. Jacob Zuma, who had former president of South Africa, who had a third grade education, he's worth $3 billion. This is insane. But yet the black man in America ain't got shit, Yeah, I agree with that. They put themselves on risk with these fake ass citizenships. I have no idea what this is all about. Like I'm in Liberia right now, Chris, right? I came here on a US passport and a diplomatic visa. That's all the fuck I need. I don't need to have a citizenship in Liberia, or any of these African countries. You're playing a fucking dangerous game with this stuff. Citizenship. What the fuck for? You go there, and I never hear these people talk about what they're gonna do when they get in these African countries besides struggle and starve. Never seen them. I never seen anybody thriving yet. Go ahead, Dama.
Oh, hello.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, see, my whole, my whole thing, Carla, is
You gotta
that I
speak
was like,
up, bro. I can't hear you.
all right, yeah, my whole thing, Carla, is that is what we're talking about. I know it's like when you talk about places like Charlotte, North Carolina, you only talk about like the poor
Well, that
areas and
wasn't
stuff.
that's not the topic, but go ahead.
You just talk about like the poor areas, and like you like the niggas that don't have shit. Like, we talking about anything else other than that.
What's
So
going on,
Well, like I
man?
it's
said, I
weird.
said what you call. My point I was trying to make with Rico Miller is he was talking about Monrovia and whatnot. I said, look, you got poor areas in Charlotte, North Carolina that ain't too far from what I see. You got a middle class here in Liberia, really. So you got nice neighborhoods, not really like that. So not everybody here is doing bad, and not everybody here in Charlotte, North Carolina, where he lives, is doing good. That's the point I'm trying to make. You know, Every last single black city in America, right? Well, there's Wilmington. I didn't know Wilmington, Delaware was so bad, man. I had friends of mine. I said, man, I drove through there one time. I forgot what year it was. Yeah, it was 2018. I was coming back from New York, and somehow I got sidetracked off the Delaware Memorial Bridge, and I went to Wilmington, right? And I said, this is nice, man. The downtown area, nice brand new streets, whatever like that. I was like, this is nice, whatnot. And then my friend of mine, like a couple weeks later, he said, nah, man, you don't want to come here, Colin. I go, why? He said, man, the friggin' crime here is dangerous. I said, you kidding me? He goes, yeah. Remember something, we're right next to Philly, and you have a lot of Philly people here and whatnot. I was like, man, it didn't dawn on me right from there, right? And Dover is actually pretty clean, and nice, right? Quiet. But it's almost like every last single black area, right, in America that were once had promising back in the 80s that were promising are now war zones, And say what you want, man. Like I said, I have never heard a gunshot. Or many times I've been in Liberia, I've never seen anybody killed. I never seen anybody in a fist fight here. So that's the only point I'm trying to make, So no, I was saying I think Rico, you was basically insinuating about crime in Liberia, and I was trying to tell you, man, this country is very peaceful, compared to a lot of places in Black America. Baltimore is a war zone. Newark, New Jersey, Trenton, Philly. I mean, it's just places of hell on earth. There's nothing in America that Black people in America should be fucking taking pride in right now. We used to have nice neighborhoods back in the 60s and 70s. Black America was a different place, man. But the last 20, 30 years, things have gone left. And I don't know what it is. It's a culture. It's a culture of America. That's all. Go ahead, Elvis.
All right, what's up, Carla? What's up, Indama? And I think the topic, like Pan Africanism or Pan Cuckolding. I mean, you come up with all kind of crazy titles.
Well,
I
it's the
want to
truth, though.
understand. I want to understand well, who are doing the Pan Cuckolding. That's what I want to understand.
Well, the Black people who spend their time in Africa and got nothing to show for it, I can give you many examples of the cuckold. You always got these so-called African Americans who go to Africa, and they're always bigging up Africa. They're always saying all stuff like that, but you never see them at a board meeting or a business deal or part of some consortium. You do see white people and Africans doing business together and making millions. Like I said, I have yet to see a Black man from America go to Africa with all the enthusiasm, except for the Blacks who went to South Africa a decade ago. In South Africa is only one. Yeah, Eugene Jackson, you got African Venture Partners. South Africa, only country. But for the most part, all I see is Black people going to Africa. Oh, Africa got this, Africa got this. And all I see is them struggling. I don't see them with a good job over there. I said, why you look? What I don't understand is this. People say, well, you come to Africa, don't expect a good job. Why not? Why not? Why can't you have a good job in Africa? Why can't you get that dream job in Africa? Chinese people go to China and Beijing. You have Chinese Americans who go to Beijing and get like 6-figure jobs, and they go to places like in Southeast Asia and whatnot. Right now you got Asian Americans who are being recruited in Asia to using education, going to Asia, places like Vietnam is booming right now. But why would it come to Africa? That's not the same story. That's the point I'm trying to make. People say, oh, you got to come to Africa, start your own business and whatnot. It's like, what for? How come Africa is not developing to the point where, that it could absorb educated Black people from America back into its thing? That's what I want to see if they talk about citizenship, opportunity. I don't see that, I see Black Americans cuckolding, talking about Africa, this, Africa, that, Yeah, but they come over here and compete for jobs in our job market.
You know what the word cuckold means, Colin?
I know what cuckold means, but I'm talking in this instance, right? The black man in America that comes to Africa is not getting any. That's what I'm saying. That's all. That's the name of a couple. That's a poor couple I want to talk about. The black man from America is not getting any in Africa. He's not getting any. And
That may
so the
not be
bottom line
that
is
may
this.
not be true, Carla.
Oh,
Because if
okay.
you
Tell
go,
me an example. I think look. Bottom line is this. I've been studying this for years, right? And I'm just saying that compared to Africans who come to America, they do very well because there's opportunity. And I'm saying like that when you go to Africa, the opportunity is not there. Simple as that. It is what it is. Why is that? Who knows? There's factors, but how long we're gonna keep cuckolding or not? Before we just say, something, let's move on beyond Africa. Let's forget the whole thing. That's what's coming next. You know, come on with next with that. But the bottom line is,
I
I
mean,
told you,
you're so apoplectic when it comes to Africa. One day you're here, the next day you're there, the next day you're back here, the
no,
next
no,
day you're here.
I think I'm consistent, right? I
Nah, you're
want
not
to see,
apoplectic, Carla. You're
I
not
want to see,
consistent.
I want to see success and a win. I don't want to be like this. I know Africa has potential, right? I has potential. That potential is not getting the job done. Africa has, of course, every place has potential. But the bottom line is this: uh, you don't have. I just think it's just not uh, for Black America for me to be like, something, man, you got to come down. I said like this: Liberia is a great place to visit. I'll be the first to tell you this is a freaking great place to visit and everything like that. But you got Black people actually saying, I want to move to the continent. I want to settle down on the continent, right? I can't tell them, where to go. I can't. There's not one country except for South Africa, maybe, right? That I can say, oh, you're educated, you're an engineer, you're this, you're that, you're a doctor. Yeah, you can bring your skills over here and whatnot. You can do well. Not one country in Africa that you do it. You could do that with. Not one. But other parts of the world, the Arab world, the Asian world, whatnot, they're freaking thriving. I don't get
I,
it.
I would disagree with you because you may not know, and I may not know it, but I'm sure there are African American engineers and doctors and
But
people
they're not going to.
who are,
But they're not going
who
to
are
Africa
working in
because they
Africa.
don't pay. They're
Listen
not
to
going
what
to
I'm
go to
saying.
Africa. They're not going to go to Africa. Simple fact is, the Africans do not pay. Just don't
No,
pay.
they don't pay to the level that many people would
Yeah, I know,
want
but hold
because
on. But the thing is, though,
Tyler,
you go
I've
to
only said
Asia.
like
Hold on,
10 words
you know,
since I
if you
got
go to
on.
Asia, actually, if you go
It's
to
crazy.
Asia, they actually pay more than America because there's a shortage. If you need an engineering project done, you're going to pay. Matter of fact, do you know that sometimes in some instances in Africa for short-term jobs, like you got project managers, will pay you double that you worth in America just to get a job done. That's not permanent though. That's temporary. You know, but that's just temporary. Like they need somebody right away. They need a job done. They got to meet these deadlines and whatnot. They'll do whatever they can to get that person to recruit to come over there. But they not only lasts for a certain amount of time. That's it. But I'm talking about consistently on a permanent basis. Somebody wants to move to the continent, right? They will move to the continent, right? I've seen so many people, right? They go to the continent and they got all these big dreams. Look at Dr. Campbell, like all these big dreams and whatnot. Well, he's cucked. He ain't gonna get nothing out of Ghana. They ain't gonna give him nothing. It's about, oh, he's gonna one day run for office. No, he's not. He ain't gonna see no black person in America holding a public office in Africa. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. That's what it is. But Africans can come to the United States, because we have no say so authority here. They can come to the United States and live the American dream. They can become an American. They got access to everything America has to offer, everything like that. But black people in America, we do not have that same opportunity when it comes to Africa or any place else. That's what it is. And I don't think that's really fair. That's cuckolding. Go back there and say he would not live in one. Go back there and say that anyway, he was about 15. Yeah, it is what it is, man. So like I said, visit
You know,
Africa, like
Tyler,
all from
if you're coming from the United States, it's like a guy who left a marriage of 20 years and got married to his new wife. It's inevitable. You're always going to compare the things of the previous wife to, to some of the things of your new wife. If you're coming from the greatest country in the world, the biggest economy,
Yeah, but
the
hold on. Let me ask you a
manufacturing, you're
question.
going to
Hold
Africa,
on.
you're going to
Hold
be
on.
looking at
Hold
it.
on. Well,
Can I even speak for a second, bro?
go ahead.
You're going to be looking at it from the prism of the United States and these guys who know what it's like to get a job or how easy it is to get a decent paying job, a $50,000 job, annually. You're not going to find those things in Africa. We're not, we haven't
Well, let me ask you
industrialized.
a
We don't have
question.
a
Let me ask you a
manufacturing.
serious question, right? Why is that the thing? I thought Africa doesn't Africa have all the so-called mineral resources?
But people know
Africa
this. This is
has
not
like
a secret.
70% of the population is under the age of 30. They
Yeah,
have a workforce that's everything that you need to build a civilization. Better than the United States.
right.
You
So
know,
that's why people tell you don't go to Africa. There's really nothing there for you unless you're going to start a business. But people like you will start talking, oh, I
like
don't
I
see
said,
people go to Africa and do anything.
all I'm
I
telling
don't see
people
people
is,
helping out.
Yeah,
let me get
let me
hold on.
piggyback
Let
on
me read
Elvis.
something. Oh, let me read something. Christopher Brazen, my good friend, says African American man, woman is not making any real deals in Africa. Just a spiritual ejaculate runs out of yeah. It's all scam. Like that one guy. What's that guy? Mark East Africa, I think it was. He disappeared, man. What happened to him? And so, like it's just a bunch of I don't know. It's just
Well,
Yeah, people don't go to
let me
Africa
piggy.
for economic parity to the United States to have a job and a
like I
career like
said.
they
Well,
will
I
have.
say like that. You
It's
believe
just
that in
not
your heart.
available.
You know.
Yeah, well, I say this. I'll piggyback off of Elvis, Congress. You are not entrepreneurial. Like you want to go to Africa and get a government job and get a city job and get a
Adama, you are not going to go to Africa to no entrepreneurship, bro. You got
yeah,
to
I
you got
am. I'm gonna go to Africa real soon.
hold up, Adama. You don't know anything about this continent, how things work, whatever
I
like that.
know
It's not like
I know
America.
a lot.
Hold on.
I
It's
know
not
a
like
lot.
America. Look, first of all, let me give you an example, right? You can have a business license, don't mean shit, right? You hire somebody to do a contracting work, they don't show up, they take your materials, sell it, right? On the side of the road or whatnot. What are you going to do about it?
I heard of that dumbass shit that these
No,
people
I'm
be
just saying this is
complaining.
reality in
I've
Africa.
I've heard that same
This
story
is reality,
over and
you
over
got
and over again.
parts that you
And you
need.
know what?
Hold on.
That's
You have
your
parts.
fault because you hired that person.
Hold up. But this happens all the time. It's normal. You have
I've
parts
heard
that you
these
import.
stories over and over again, Colin.
You have equipment that you imported, right? It's held up at the port or not.
I don't
They said
care.
they're gonna tell you it's gonna take 3 months to get out, and you got to pay all these thousands of dollars grease in somebody's pocket to get the stuff that you already ordered. It's already in port, but they won't release it to you. What do you do?
Look, I've heard this story over and
Yeah,
over and
because you don't
over
have any
again.
experience. All you do is
And what
talk.
happened is
You're
you
an
get
entrepreneur,
people who
and you're not
go over there and they don't
But that
research
doesn't
what
happen
they
in
have
no
to
damn
do to have
United
a
States.
business.
That don't happen.
You
We
know,
got courts, we got regulations.
and that's their fault. Like somebody else's like screw up. That's I don't
Yeah,
got
but so
nothing to
when you
do
talk
with
about
me.
entrepreneur, it's the best thing to
Yeah,
do.
that's somebody
If you
else's
go
screw up.
someplace,
That's somebody
if you
else's
like,
problem.
if you had
That's not
if
my
Africa
problem.
had an industrial economy and stuff like that was growing and whatnot, I bet you any amount of money, right? You know that the Swiss, the chocolate, the cocoa imports from Ghana, it makes $16 billion a year selling Swiss chocolates, right? And manufactured Swiss chocolates, right? That right there, if Ghana basically created its own brand of chocolates when they exported and brand around the world, it could make that much money. That would solve Ghana's problem forever, right? But they're still on an economic system where they just export raw materials, raw cocoa, and like this. Like I said, you go to. I saw a store when I came here. I saw in the store. I said Dubai chocolates. Now, what chocolates come from Dubai? Everybody is making their own chocolate brands, everything like that, milk, sugar, candy bars, whatnot. But the Ghanaians and the Africans don't have that. Ivory Coast and Ghana produces like 90% of the world's cocoa. There's something absolutely friggin' wrong, with this. So it is what it is. Mark East Africa is real young and he's 20. Yeah, he's young. He needs to go roll in college. Yeah, I know. He needs to do like that. No, I think look, butterflies, black butterflies. I need my brothers and sisters from Africa to do that. Well, we can come in and become distributors and stuff like that if we want to do it for the United States. But Africans got to get into the manufacturing. So Mark has said young. He needs to roll in college somewhere. He might have done that.
Carlo
I don't know.
Baruti says your aversion to Ubuntu or Pan Africanism betray your people's effort and pathway to upliftment.
No,
Instead of
this
you
is what I'm
being
talking
an
about.
asset to them, you're by default a liability. Shame on you.
Hold on. Check this out. This is what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about, right? Now, Baruti says Pan Africanism, like I told you, right? Pan Africanism without substance is faith. What does the Bible say about faith without works? That was
It's dead.
dead. Barutu is faith but no works. He has no works behind it, so it's dead. You understand? You could talk Ubuntu and Pan
But do you
Africanism
know
all.
him well enough to know his works?
Because
He
look,
has
the
work.
bottom line is, hold on. I know him, Dollar Bill. They inbox me all the time with a bunch of stuff. They don't tell me anything that I know they're doing work. It's just a bunch of philosophy. Elvis, I've been listening to the philosophy most of my freaking life, and I'm done with it. I want to see some workmanship. I want to see what you built. I want to see what you can create. I don't want to hear no philosophy no more.
You see,
Faith
that's
without works is dead.
that's the problem, Paula. Is that you don't have like an entrepreneurial like mindset. Um, or
Adama.
what you
I am
should
a fucking
do.
businessman. Hold on, Adama. Have you ever traveled outside the United States?
It don't matter if I travel outside the United States or
Oh no, you
not.
have never traveled outside the United States. You've never been
I at
able to.
least I at least
Hold
have
on. I
an
don't care about what you at
LLC.
least do. When you can
Do,
talk
do
all you
you do
want.
you have an
Hold
LLC?
on. Hold on. I have look. I have a business in America and I have one here in Liberia. What are you talking about?
What is it called? What's your business called?
Don't worry about what my business is. You just know what I do. I do business in America and I do business over here. So what are you talking about? I don't have an entrepreneurial spirit. You don't know shit about me. You don't have an entrepreneurial spirit. I don't have a goddamn passport. You don't have a fucking passport to tell me what I don't have. Yo,
Are
hold
you
on.
also starting the same spot, Carlo?
Hey, Hustle, you got it.
No, that's not me.
Hold on. Testing.
Yeah, you had something playing in the background.
Bro.
It's me?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Do you have the other player on?
I have nothing playing. I'm muted.
All right, testing. Yeah. Okay, that was you, but we'll see if we can get through it. Let's see. Let me unmute you.
Okay, do I still have an echo?
Testing. Yeah, I got an echo somewhere. Go hang up and call back in.
All right, I got you.
Chris Bay said, nothing to do with entrepreneurship. You have a culture have backing these nations deal. Africa had never had, will never, and ever does not, and never have a backing. Liberia inception is proof. Yeah, all these people that do business in Africa have a backing of a nation. They have diplomatic channels. They have all this stuff like that. The Lebanese business government is here.
But you have the backing of American government. You're American.
No, we don't. No, the hell we don't. No, we don't. Now you look when you go to the American embassy for some strange reason, man. I get the impression that a lot of these people that in the American embassy, I think some of these people are fucking racist. I don't know what it is about Liberia. No, I really do. I really do believe these white Americans they send to Liberia are racist. The way they act. They act like they're like this. They act like we're such a stain for the fucking like they don't want to be there. That's what depression I get. And the bottom line is just really have to.
That's all government employees, Colin.
No.
They're all like
Yeah,
that.
you go to the DMV, you see people like that who are
Yeah.
acting like they're doing you a favor.
I'm just saying like this. You talking to citizen of your country and whatnot. You're asking questions and whatnot. You're like being short with you and whatnot. I'm like, all right, But the
That's an
bottom line,
American thing, Colin. That really is an American
the
thing.
Oh
bottom line is
no.
this. My point I'm trying to make is
Someone get
my,
water. Yeah,
the point I'm trying to make this morning is the fact that, but when it comes to Africa, right? America has its agenda over there in Africa. It has its own agenda, and it does not include what we're trying to do. Simple as that. Go ahead, Hustle Smart.
Hey, do you still get an echo?
Nah, you good.
I appreciate that. Oh man, this is the thing that I've been talking about for maybe like a year and a half now. And I think that at one point, the Africans, they looked at us, you know what I'm saying? They just figured that we was one that was reaching out to them. So all they gave us was lip service. You get what I'm saying? I can't blame the Africans for, especially West Africans, for having their hand out, and you're the one that's reaching out for them. They're not reaching for us. They're just saying, hey, if you want to come. You get what I'm saying? That's black people that want to come from a first world country and then live like they in the third world. That is a choice. And the people that's on the continent, they look at you as weak because they'll cut off 3 of their family members' legs off to be in your position in America. You get what I'm saying? Because they're going through what they're going through in Africa, and they're complaining. But then they see you in America. They got all these opportunities, but you sitting there claiming that you hate America and you want to come over there and live with goddamn unclean water, electricity uninterrupted, that's not stable, dirt roads, motherfucking killer mosquitoes. You get what I'm saying? And all this other stuff, you know what I'm saying? Unsanitary markets. You get what I'm saying? Like no regulations far as the businesses and everything, tribalism, that you sit up there want to spend $2,000 to $3,000 just to catch a flight over there and then act like you're happier over there than you are here, which is your right to do. But they're looking at it and say, man, all I got to do is go over there and go to America, get in a trade school and keep a C average collar, a C average, and I can get a free education, a C average. That's all you got to keep is in a trade school. And Colin, when I deliver at the trade school, sometime the cafeteria over there, walk through there, get something to eat or whatever. And I'm telling you, Colin, it's more immigrants in that than Americans. You got Americans hanging out at the corner store. You got Americans out there in Daytona Beach and goddamn in Houston, Texas, acting like fucking roaches. I tell y'all, we act like guard dogs. We get into one place and we act like roaches. You see, when you look at when they showed you how it looked from above, when they showed you them drones and them people in Daytona and Houston, they just start scattering like roaches when gunfire. They out there laughing like it's a joke. I told Kwame and I told Lewis that these young people these days don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. These young people these days are self-centered. They're about them having a good time. They don't care nothing about none of this shit we talk about. So we're the last Mohicans with this drive. So if we don't pull back from the Africans don't give a fuck because they don't want to change. They don't want to change. They're going about their daily life. If you want to go over there and give them something, give them something. But even when we was talking about the white dude going over there, we can't feel bad about that because there's a million of them women over there waiting their turn to get with a white dude. The white dudes ain't misusing them. They're signing up. They're making themselves available. They're going to the places. They going to these places where the white dudes hang out at, Carla. Let me explain something to you, Carla. When I was in Kenya, the white dudes don't hang out in the quote unquote black area I mean, all of it is black, but what I'm saying is that the white dudes hang out in a kind of uppity area in Kenya, and the black girls is out there lined up.
Mm-hmm.
They're not being misused, but in America, because how we see it in America, we like, hey, we see a 70-year-old dude with an 18-year-old daughter, we got a problem with that. No, the fucking parents over there will tell you about yourself if you interfere with them, because the money that they can get from that 70-year-old white dude is going to fund their whole family. So us with our American elitism, with all our moral authority that we claim we have, we just getting in the way. And I pass the mic on that, man. Well, I'm here for the night.
Somebody asked me, are immigrants included in Black America? Actually, to tell you the truth, it's like this. This is what I would say. I did a show last night. I said delineation versus distinction, right? To be honest the truth, right? I would love to say immigrants are part of Black America, but there's two different realities, right? Black America does not have to be concerned about being deported, legal status here, and stuff like that. That's not our issue, right?
That's true.
Asian brothers and sisters and whatnot have to worry about that, right? So when you say Black America, you talk about people who've been here for hundreds of years and who are in the country. You know, they're not immigrants. They're not here. They contributed to the building of the culture and the creed of what it is we know as America. You know, can they assimilate into Black society? Yes. You know, but as a group, you know, I don't consider Haitians, Americans, Black America. You know, they're immigrant group. You know, there's other people.
Hey, Carla, what you think about 14th Amendment Black America? That's like, I just thought about what you just said. Like, that is true. It's not saying that we don't consider them, because me personally, I would love for 5 or 10 million my immigrants come from African countries. Even if
I would love to have them replace some of these Negroes in America. Yeah,
hell yeah. You get what I'm saying?
I would love that. That's why I said I'm a distinguisher, not a delineator.
Yes, sir.
Like, you ever see these people like you were talking about somebody like Nagmeezy. He has no problem with the thug, criminal, ghetto culture and whatnot. That's all Black America. Okay, no, sorry. You know, when I say Black America, I mean the functioning part of Black America. People are raising families. People are doing right, working jobs, or anything like that. That's what the streets and the gutter and everything like that's not Black America. You know?
Yeah.
We may have the same aesthetics and everything like that culturally, but when I say Black America, I mean the Black America that built Harlem, the Black America that built Detroit, you know, the Black America that built Gary.
You know where, Carla, when Nagmeezy says that, you know what I'm saying, he's being disingenuous, because Nagmeezy make enough, as much money as Nagmeezy say he make, ain't nowhere in the world he gonna go over there with the criminal element like that. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, so I'll give him the same thing how when Elvis say that something that don't affect him. You can say that about the criminal, just like Elvis can prop up the faggots. You get what I'm saying? Because they don't affect him. It's the same way that Nagmeezy can say, I ain't got no problem with the hood slum dude, because he's not around them whatever.
Yeah, he's over in the Netherlands.
Right, but even if he was here, if he was here making the money he made, he wouldn't be over there still. Because one thing about it, Colin, when you make it out the hood, like I remember that I go over there and help brothers, you know what I'm saying, become entrepreneurs. But they was over there, the dudes I know that I never forget, this happened about 6 months ago. It was like, oh man, you ain't putting in that. He like, all right, man, you out here trying to help, brother. You ain't putting in. He said it in a joking way, but he was for real. He was like, man, you ain't out here putting in that work no more. You know what I'm saying? This is the low vibration mentality that Black folks have in these certain areas. If you ain't out there risking your life, risking your job, risking penitentiary chances, they don't see you the same, because that's the mind frame they own. You're going to talking about
smart. You see this new thing now? They got prison stories. Niggas be telling their stories. Like going around. Oh yeah. I'll be like, yo, why are you glorifying that shit? You know, prison this, I did this one, that, you know. They actually talked about a dude getting raped and whatnot, you know. by an OG. I'm like, what the hell am I listening to on that? But that's become normal to segments of Black America.
People that's what I'm saying. We get excited. We get excited about that dumb shit. You get what I'm saying? That's why you think all the shows that Tyler Perry makes are designed about dysfunction.
Yeah.
That's what we gravitate to in America. I mean, Black people, that's just what we do.
And that's why when I come over
Z
here,
is not. Yeah, but Generation Z and Generation Alpha is not watching Tyler Perry Hustle Smart.
Dude, man, they're even worse.
They watching
these
completely
kids,
different
These kids
shit.
are worse.
They're not watching Tyler Perry.
They're going into flash mobs. You see the flash mobs, Hustle Smart?
It's happening in Atlanta.
Wait, Kala, when was these flash mobs? Because I heard about that shit happening.
They're doing them now.
What are you talking about?
Where? In what city?
They have them every week, all over. Go look it up, man.
I ain't seen no flash mobs.
Because Adama, you're out of the loop, bro. You ain't really street like that, bro. You can tell by the way you
no flash mob.
You're a type
I saw some like 4 or 5, like 3 or 4 years ago. I saw some.
Adama, let me ask you a question, because I ain't gonna shoot you down like everybody else. Adama, what city do you live in?
Shit, man. I'm a big fan of you, Hustle Smart. I really am.
I'm just trying to have a conversation with you.
I understand Hustle Smart, but the thing is like, it don't matter what city I'm from. It's just like,
I just asked you to be asking, bro. If you don't want to answer the question,
right now,
you don't have to answer the question, but you're out of the loop.
I live
this
in South
shit
Carolina.
is all over the internet, bro, and it's happening every week in Atlanta. They don't have 3 happen every week in Atlanta for the past 6 weeks. That the police
so what are they
down.
doing? What are they doing? Are they destroying property, or are they beating up white people?
I tell you what happens when 3 to 4,000 16 to 18-year-olds get together? With no supervision and nowhere to go but to hang out in the streets and in the area.
Okay, no, what was they doing? Was they just hanging out?
What do you think they was doing, Adama? Come on, bro. What do you think they was out there doing?
Was they targeting people, or was they beating anybody up?
What do you think they was doing?
Stores, trashing stores, everything. They go in stores, just trash everything. Show up at a gas station, run through.
Running out of
they trashing the stores and stuff.
Come on, Adama, man. I try to have a conversation with you, bro. You try. It's like, are you trying not to understand what we're saying? Are you trying not to understand
what you're saying? Because I've seen this stuff before. I remember when they was doing
about some
it.
4 or 5 years.
I remember like 2-3 years ago when they was doing
you're
it.
out of the loop. These kids are more.
They got the beating up the white people.
Adama. They are more organized
are
with
they
it.
still beating up the white people, or did they move on to something else?
Oh my God, bro! He's not listening. Yeah, he's not listening.
Okay, so they didn't move on to something else. Okay, cool. What they doing now?
He's not listening, Colin.
No, I'm listening. Like, what they doing now?
You're not listening because we're trying to tell you, and you talking while we trying to tell you.
Okay, are they doing like smash and grab?
Will you listen and let us tell you?
Okay, tell me.
Yeah, long as if you stop talking, we'll tell you. What they doing is they putting out flyers, digital flyers, and put them in group. Oh boy, I'll let you talk then, Adama. Go ahead, you talk, bro.
No, I'm listening.
They putting out digital flyers, send them to all the schools in Atlanta, all the group Instagram trenders, and putting it out. They're meeting up they going to different spots. They're going to 2 or 3 malls in the same county. They running out of stores. They running out of gas stations. They running out of CVS, and they trashing it up there out there shooting and fighting. That's what they doing.
Okay, that's called smash and grab. That's what that's called. They did that like.
What we're saying
during COVID,
bro.
What's wrong with this kid, man?
Oh my God, bro. You joking, man? Come on, Adama.
I mean, I understand. Look. I understand, but see, here's the
Do you
thing.
know what a
It's
flash
like,
mob is? Do you know what a
no,
flash
I know
mob is,
what a
Adama?
flash mob is.
Tell me what it is. Please tell me what it
Just
is.
listen to me. I know what a flash
Well,
mob
tell
is,
me
but
what it
here's the
is then.
thing: is that we, as a black
Oh
community,
my God.
we don't employ enough of our own people. If
Man,
we
get the hell
employed all those kids and they all had a job and shit, they wouldn't be out
Oh,
there
whatever.
doing
You
that
know,
shit.
these kids, it don't matter. These kids are wearing $300 Jordans. It ain't about no job. You know, it's just
$1,200 cell phones, caller.
yeah, and $500 Jordans. Some job. And let me
Yeah.
get Adama out of here. You know, come back tomorrow night, Adama. You know,
I tried to
I
give him a
get.
chance, man. I tried to
Yeah,
give
we
him a
tried
chance.
to, man. You try to give everybody a chance, man, but goddamn, you know.
I tell my
And
that's called smash and grab. When it's 1,000, 2,000 people, that's a mob.
that's a flash mob. And the reason why they call it a splash mob because it comes out of nowhere in a flash. You know, they just meet up
Yeah.
and just start doing doing all kinds of crazy shit. Now, before when they were doing back in the 2000s, they didn't have Instagram and TikTok and all that. Now they can do it so sophisticated. They got what's it called, the Twitch. They got Kicker. They got
Right.
and they be live streaming the shit. You know,
Oh yeah.
so there's no incentive for them to stop doing it. No incentive. You
Yeah.
know, because they be getting these streams and whatnot, and these views and whatnot. So we're living in a really bad time. You know.
Huh? So Colin, you remember when we was having the show the other day at the other time, and Kwame and them was all up here, and they was like, "So the kids these days," I'm like, "Bro, y'all are out of the loop." I got a teenage son, and then I got a 14 to 16 in that range, 14 to 18, and then I got a 21 to 25. And I just sit up there, and all you have to do is let them talk. Don't sit up there and act like you judge them. So you got to put them comfortable. You know what I'm saying? Put them in a way like my daughter friend. They'll all come over here and we go to the Mexican spot. And I just let them talk. What they'll do, Colin, they'll sit up there and say little things and see if they're going to trigger you to get you to say something. But when you don't say something, let them get to talking, man. But they don't give these girls don't give a fuck. They talking about how they don't met some old man and some dude and whatever, how many dudes they got it. That's how they talk. You get what I'm saying? Like one of my daughter friends actually showed me a picture of this guy and showed me the cash app that he was sending her. Dude, like 50, 60 years old.
It's a sad situation, man. Real sad.
But the thing about it is though, when I looked at the messages, it was her sending him more messages. When we gonna hook up again? When we gonna link up? So the thing about it is, Carla, some of the men of our generation, we still think sex is like something to behold. The young kids, they having sex is just like me and you shaking our hands, Carla.
Yeah,
they don't
care.
They don't see it the same way. So that's why you think the STDs in Houston and Atlanta, Miami, and then that killing in Birmingham and Mobile don't got the way it is. Mobile and Birmingham one used to be like that. Now Birmingham is the murder capital of the world, of the United States now.
Isn't that where Dr. Martin Luther King is from? And I was just doing this thing, man. Martin Luther King, man, I'm starting to recess myself about him, man. They said, he used to get his free, he used to have wild orgies and some of everything.
Martin Luther King was a straight up goddamn a G-Bola slanger. Pause.
Yeah, he was I said, damn, I just changed my whole opinion of this guy, man. He's like, he was a plagiarist. I already heard about the plagiarism, and I heard that I Have a Dream speech. You know that wasn't written by no black, it was written by a Jew.
Right.
You know.
But Tyler, but think about it. Most preachers do that. They'll plagiarize each other. Preacher, they'll take a no-name preacher. They might have a revival or something, and one preacher say something. They'll be like, "Oh, okay, I can switch what he's saying and flip it like this." That's why I couldn't understand. I understand why people didn't like when I said that. MLK was a shit either. But when you find out all the information, what he was talking and what he was doing, his wife knew. His wife knew. MLK and goddamn only difference between MLK and goddamn not Louis Farrakhan, but what was the one that for Islam? The head guy, the original.
Elijah Muhammad.
Elijah Muhammad was fucking with young chicks. That's the only difference.
Yeah.
Oh, and MLK wasn't getting them pregnant. That's about the only difference.
Yeah, which one? They were, like I said, these things right here. See, now that what happens is you got to go back and assess everything we were thinking, because we were always told, like in the Elvis type of people, oh, Martin Luther King. Okay, we had civil rights movement. Let me tell you something, Elvis. That civil rights movement was going to happen regardless of Martin Luther King or not. That was going to happen regardless. Because by 1964, right, America was in an ideology war with the Soviet Union, right? The biggest thing against America was the status of Black people in America. So they had to put on a show about civil rights and integration, whatnot. And it just so happened they had a Baptist preacher from Birmingham, Alabama. You know, people don't even know this, Elvis, that the civil rights movement, you know who they first started the civil rights movement with? It wasn't the Black community. It was the Chinese community. But the Chinese community was like, okay, we want access to education, stuff like that. But when they would start talking about, we got to forget, Chinese like, no, I'm a Chinese. I've been a Chinese for 5,000 years. I'm not going to change like this. Other people, the Mexicans, everybody else, like, we don't understand. But only the Black people that agree with the Marxist, utopia of America vision. It was Martin Luther King, the Black people in the Deep South. Even Black people in the North were like, what the hell we got to integrate with white people for, They got Martin Luther King and they made him a superstar. That's what we have right now, So people like this. So people like, oh, Martin Luther King, civil rights movement, right? There's a lot to it than that.
There's a whole lot to it, man.
There was a lot to this,
And then they always go to what he said in the end about in the burning building and all that. But see, that wasn't even what it was. What it was is that Kennedy he thought Kennedy was going to give him a position, some type of position, whether it be official or unofficial. You get what I'm saying? But Kennedy didn't give it to him. Kennedy promised him some land too. You know what I'm saying? An area. He didn't get that to him too. So once Kennedy reneged on him, MLK felt slighted because he felt like he don't gave him his best. He don't gave him all his best speeches. He don't got kicked in the ass. He don't got spitted on, all that. Now he want to come into church and have a speech in the church. This is why I called him a fuck nigga. It's because when he made the speech about the burning building, he made that in a church. But when he was talking about goddamn unity and little black boys and little black girls, he stood at the monument in front of a big crowd and made that speech. When he made that speech in the church, it was just him and the person that's recording the video. That didn't reach the masses. A lot of people that haven't even seen that video. But they seen the video of him standing on I've been to the mountaintop and all this goddamn
right now you really look at it, it was all bullshit.
It was all bullshit. And it was because he didn't get his position. And that's when he started talking shit. It was basically some of that Patrice Lumumba shit. Soon as he started talking shit, they like, oh, okay, now we got to take him out. They ain't take him out because he was a threat. They just took him out because he was talking shit. They just saw one less nigga. That's how they did the situation. But the damage had already been done because black people had already it was in the process of integrating. They ain't need MLK no more. He was not needed no more. He was just like a chick in a relationship.
That's why he turned his attention to the workers in what was it, Memphis. He was killed. The workers, the sanitation workers, he started doing
No, it
some
was
of
that happened in Mississippi with
Hey, y'all
the
gonna put some respect on MLK.
trash
Y'all
people.
gonna put some
He went
No,
in, he
respect
no,
went
that
and
was
on
started
actually no,
trash
that was
people.
MLK
actually
Day.
that was Mississippi. That was Memphis. The trash people. That was Memphis.
No, the trash people was how it first started. With the trash people was in Mississippi, the people was sent because they couldn't go to lunch with the white people, so they would have to go to lunch in the back of the truck, and the white dudes would come. Let me tell you how evil white people is. They would go in there and press the thing and compact them, and that's how it all originally started. Now, if you talking about what happened after MLK, then yeah, you right about it, Memphis. But that's how it started down there in Mississippi. That the white co-workers was smashing them in a compactor. That's how evil they was. And that's something that a lot of people don't even know.
Oh yeah. So wait. See, his right here. It says, yeah, he has the one who was talking about the sanitation workers strike was in
Okay, the
Memphis,
strike.
Tennessee.
Okay,
That's why he was
that's
there.
Memphis.
That's why
You're right about
yeah,
that. But you ought to
You
look
know?
at how it started, what was going on in Mississippi.
I never heard
Compacting
about
black
that.
people on their lunch break, bro. Can you imagine that? Mandinka?
Hey, bro, I ain't never heard that before. You
Yeah,
taught me
that's how it
something new.
originally
You hear
started.
about a lot of stuff, Fancy Mandinka. There's a lot of stuff you didn't hear about.
Hey, Kala the colonizer. Did you know that West Africa was patriarchal? Did you know that?
Well,
That's you full of shit, man.
Hey, Elvis,
hold
I'm
on.
the great elephant. They don't know the fucking
All
thing.
societies are patriarchal. What you're talking about is patrilineal. That's the difference.
Oh,
Patrilineal
that's the
and
difference.
matrilineal.
Okay.
Most
I
West
got you,
African
bro.
societies are matrilineal, but I think certain parts of Liberia, the
You said
patrilineal.
most West African society are matrilineal color?
Matrilineal, yes, matrilineal. You have your mother, and then
Huh.
your
I
bloodline.
thought only the Akans were really matrilineal.
No, almost all of them are, except for a few exceptions, right?
Nah,
And
color. I
then
think it's the other way
hold on,
around.
Hey,
check
I
this out.
don't know what y'all
Hold
even
on, check this
talking
out.
about. I was
And
just
then
jumping on the
when
line.
your inheritance is passed down from like Mansa Musa, he was Sundiata Keita wasn't his father, it was his uncle, and so therefore your mother's son is who you pass your legacy down to in most West African cultures. Your mother's
No,
son.
color. You gotta name him to me because I know.
Don't do it,
Or the
Elvis. He's gonna kick you
Malinkas, the
off.
Bambaras, and
No, I
all
don't
these
think
other
so.
people. That's why I study.
Yeah.
Your
There's a few of
mother's
them,
son,
if even that.
your
But
mother's brother is who you you pass your lineage
He's
down to.
talking about
go
African
to
American
Nigeria, right? The
culture.
most popular African country. Everybody, all the ethnic groups there, they get they inherit their royal titles through their fathers. You know,
And
the
also,
father.
people don't even understand that, Elvis. A lot of those royal titles and whatnot, that's relatively new. They don't go back thousands of years. Whatnot. Most of the stuff you see in coastal West Africa and stuff like that have a result of the Europeans coming, and with the importation of guns and the whole political social structure changes or not to these warlords and these
Hey,
strongmen.
Hustle, they was compacting people, they was killing them.
Yeah. You know,
Oh,
like when you
man.
take your trash out and they hit the thing and bring it down, the iron thing come down
I
to
know what
scoop
you're
up the
talking
trash.
about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's crazy.
Yeah, it is, man. They do a lot of fucking fucked up shit to us or whatever like that. But the topic tonight, Bantu Medinka, is pan cuckoldism. Now, you're FBA type of dude, right? Now, I guess you believe in America and stuff like that. Now, is the FBA going to be cucked by the white man in America forever, or are you guys going to get something out of this thing? Because your leader, Tariq Nasheed, has basically raised the money. And I'm not trying to be funny, I'm not trying to be funny. Right?
Go ahead, man.
Hold up. Your Lord and Savior Tariq Nasheed raised the money for his hidden color, right? And all you cucks are gonna make him that movie, right? And then he's gonna sell it back to you, right? And you get nothing out of it.
How much you gonna sell it back to him for, Colin?
Oh
You're
shit.
gonna sell it back to him, for what, like $15?
I think Hustle broke this shit down
1999,
last
Carla.
time. He said that
1999.
was a straight gorilla hustle move. So,
Gorilla, man.
hey, listen here. I don't know what you're talking about, Kyla, but yeah, Pan Africanism is some bullshit. I agree with you.
Now I ain't saying it's bullshit. I'm saying I said, look, Baruti and Elvis, right? Elvis always tried to corner me with Baruti, right? And I think I silenced Baruti for a night. The
Baruti,
Bible says,
knee.
but check this out. The Bible says faith without works is dead. Now, Butu is a faith, but it has no works. You understand? I'm sick and tired of people expecting me from all over America to come there and do works for their faith. That's what I mean by a cuckold, right? It's like you go out there and you say, "Yeah, let's bring the girl, get the girls. I'm gonna use your charm to go get the girls." You get the girls back to the house one night, and then you tell them, "Thanks for getting the girls." You go sit on the couch. I got three girls. We're gonna have a freaking orgy, But you go and sit down on the couch, right? And you just understand that we thank you for your hard work because you know how to pull these checks in here. I thank you for it, but you're not gonna get none tonight. That's what it's all about. The Ubuntu people want us to friggin' come to Africa, do all this Ubuntu and whatnot, and get nothing out of it in return. You know,
Boom,
there's no
true.
Ubuntu business consortium. You know, there's no Ubuntu railway line we're building, a pipeline we're building. There's no Ubuntu oil block that we own together that we're developing together and whatnot. That's what I mean by Ubuntu, that we're doing something, works. We're building. We have something to build upon. We have something tangible to hold us together. Not a bunch of freaking nonsense. What you have right now with Ubuntu is bondage. If you don't have nothing to ground you in something that you like this, what you have is bondage. That's like another religion. You understand where I'm coming from, Hustle Smart?
I do.
That's bondage. And Baruti's giving us bondage. And so he doesn't understand that, until you have works. Your faith means nothing. Faith without works is dead. You know,
But you know what?
so
Not
people,
to
like I
get
said,
well.
I am done with ideology and philosophy.
Tyler, any ideology, if properly, utilized, can benefit you.
How does it benefit us, Black
No,
So
I'm
Americans?
sorry.
the idea of
How's it benefit
Ubuntu,
us?
like,
Mhm.
yeah, the idea of Ubuntu, like
What
Baruch.
exactly does it
Okay,
do? What exactly does it do? Because
I'm
there's
trying.
no
I'm
talking
trying to
to it.
explain it, Carla.
Go
Yeah, I want
ahead.
to hear what I
So,
want to hear how it helps Black Americans.
so the way Baruti is positing it is that you
Hmm.
can use Africa as a resource base, just how other countries go in Africa and do like concession mining and do all kinds of businesses and benefit from the continent monetarily by extracting resources and
Well,
other
hold on.
things
You
like
know,
that.
you know who Ubuntu will
You
work for
can
then?
benefit. Hold on, Carla. By
Ubuntu
your
will work.
skin being black and by your origin being from the continent, you have right
Oh,
to
see,
those
that's the whole
resources,
thing.
and you.
Hey, Hustle, you see, you
You say
see,
we
you see
got
what the
we
problem
you say we
is?
got
Hold on,
rights to it.
Yeah, what I mean by that is that,
yeah,
Carla. I mean,
this is what
Carla,
I'm talking
just give
about.
me a chance to
All
flesh
the
it
stuff
to
that
flesh it out.
Yeah, I
hold
mean
up,
it's just
Baruti.
a
Hold on, let me say this.
philosophy. I
Bar-
mean,
Baruti
The
says all that,
philosophy
and
is the same philosophy that the Asians are
it's a
doing, right?
philosophy. It's not reality.
Hold on. The point here is if Carla, Hustle Smart, and Benjamin Dinka are well-to-do businessmen, and they study, they say, okay, this is the climate of Africa. This is how you get business done. This is how you do business. We're prepared to go into Africa. We're going to go to this one country. We're going to go try to mine this resource. If it's lithium, if it's iron, if it's bauxite, we're going to go there. We have a corporation, and we're going to go do business in Africa.
all
We're going
right,
to use
got
our
you, got you.
blackness to
Let's stop right
ingratiate
there.
ourselves with the
Stop you
Africans.
right there.
We're going to grease
We'll
some
do.
palms because we know that's how the culture is, and we're going to start benefiting
Now you're
ourselves
talking
by
bullshit. Go ahead,
getting the
man.
resource of
Go ahead,
Africa.
Bantu and Dinka.
Do
Go
we
ahead.
need Ubuntu? Do we need Ubuntu to do that? Not really.
I mean, the idea of it is that we are because I am because we are, right? So the idea on the
Yeah, but,
flip side is
but,
that
but,
the Africans are going to
but the
benefit
key
from
is
you
you got to come
if
to the
you hold
table
on,
See,
with
Carla.
that's what Hustle is saying.
Hold
Like,
on, hold on.
it's
It's
one
mutual.
way. It's
No,
one
that's what I'm trying to
sided.
say. It's mutual. You're
Yeah, it's not
benefiting with the
mutual.
resources, right? You have the benefit of whether it's starting a business or mining or doing concession. You have the benefit of those things. You're going to make a profit. and in return, you're gonna, help the people in those communities. Maybe build
How
schools.
it's
But
gonna help
Kala
them?
said ain't no minerals there. Ain't nothing
How how
there.
how how are the people gonna benefit?
No, no.
What
Like for example, what most concession agreements does, they have clause in them that you have to build schools, you have to have jobs for the people to
Look how
work,
it's
and make
turning
sure
out
you
all
you
over
know you're
No
helping the
Africa.
hustle. He
community.
It
just
never works
saying
out.
go there and rape them like the everybody else. That's what he's saying. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just
that's
giving
what
you one example. There's many other
that's what it
examples.
sounds like to me. But hold on, but let me
Yeah.
tell you the problem with that though, Elvis. The problem with everything you just said is that every other people that you said they have a nation behind them. We don't have a nation. We are a group of people, nation by numbers, without any power. The government is not gonna
We
back
have
them,
no
but the
diplomatic
Asian
channel.
people, the Asian government, Chinese people back up their people. The Lebanese government back up their people. Even right here in America, when those people down at the Hyundai place, right down here, when they got them people out of South Korea, they sent them planes over there to go get them.
Well,
They sent their
I
own
think they
planes.
hustle. I
Hold
think they
on for a second,
would
Bantu.
back
Hold
us
on for a
though.
second, Bantu. They sent their own South Korea or Korea, whichever one it was, people down at the Hyundai place down here in South Georgia, right here on the Alabama line. They sent their plane from their country over there to get them. They didn't fly Delta. They didn't fly American Airways. They sent the state, their government and their state, their country sent their planes over there. We don't have that luxury. If we go over there in Africa and something go wrong, America ain't gonna send no beef it,
But
No,
no
no, they
plane.
do.
I'm gonna
They
give you
do.
the perfect example.
During the war in
That's
Liberia,
a
for
war. You
example.
I'm gonna give you
conflating
the perfect
Elvis. No,
example.
I'm having a civilized conversation. Don't conflate two things.
No, no,
Don't
no.
conflate war.
American. If you
Don't
know
conflate
America,
war
they
with
always
business.
rescue their citizens, regardless of
Kala
whether
No,
they're
that's
black or
not.
white.
That's
Kala
not
talk about
war.
this every day.
War and problem with business is two different things.
It's Liberia.
That's just night and
So
day. It's night
America
and
will
day, man.
back
Because
you.
I'm a businessman myself, and that's not when you go over there to Africa, you taking a risk because there's no regulations. The only time they respect you if you got backing by a government. That's why the Chinese people ain't getting shitted on. That's why the Lebanese people ain't getting shit. Some of them got consulates. Some of them got administration, and they went to.
Americans aren't getting shit on either. They're Americans. They have the most powerful country behind them. And you go over there, you're American.
American
We
You
Elvis,
not
have
black
Elvis.
people.
American country businesses only government only backs white American
Only
companies,
make up that
Fortune
white
500
American. That's
companies, and
it.
stuff like that. You know,
They ain't
That's
been a
not
Liberia
goddamn.
true.
basically
If you
on
go
that.
there with a lawyer, for example,
Elvis,
you
I
know the
just gave
law.
him the
International
perfect example.
and
The
Right. You
ACS in
have to go there
Liberia.
not on a
America
whim. You have to go there
international
with
companies.
legally
It can
cladded
happen
documents
again.
that is
They really, really
recognized and
can. Let's just
enforced
talk
on the
about bringing
International
billions
Court of
of
Business.
dollars and stuff like that. And if you got, look, this is how it works, Elvis. Let me tell you something, Elvis. You're going to learn something right here tonight, like you did last night. America basically only responds to when the U.S. dollar is in threat.
Yeah.
When the French companies borrowed a lot of money to build Saigon, the pearl of Southeast Asia, right? That was built off of Wall Street money. The money that developed the Congo for King Leopold, that was Wall Street money, right? So guess what? The United States sent their in there and got rid of Patrice Lumumba. You know, the United States put troops in there for 30 years in the Vietnam War to recoup that money. You know what I'm saying? Unless you take Wall Street money loans from the Rothschilds, stuff like that, the American government is not going to go. You just on your own. And I've seen so many times people go someplace and they lose their money and everything, and America doesn't do a damn thing about it. That happened a lot.
Absolutely nothing.
You know,
No,
so
that's not how it works, Carla. Investment, right?
that
It's
is
a
how
risk.
it works.
No,
That
hold
is how
on.
it works.
Carla, you got to give me 30 seconds to speak. Investment is a risk. Not every time you lose money means that you a scam. If you invest
No,
your
what I'm
money in,
saying is,
hold on. Oh my
just tell
gosh,
me,
Carla, jeez.
just tell me why was we in Vietnam
Let
then?
me make the point. I'm giving you an example, right?
Why are
If
we
you
have
go,
embargoes on Cuba?
hold on. If you go into a business venture and you invest $20,000 into mining, for example, and you go in there and you start digging and you dig all over and you don't find anything, and it's not a place that has any minerals. You've bought materials, you've hired workers. That investment went sideways. that's not a scam. The United States is not going to come back and help you recoup your
All right, then let me
$20,000
ask you a question.
because it went wrong.
Let me blow that right up there because you haven't done your homework, right?
Okay.
Explain the Cuban embargo then. Those American properties and everything. Fidel Castro came over, seized the railways, communication, all that stuff like that, hotels that was owned by American businessmen. We put an embargo on Cuba that lasted. And then in 1990, I think it was 1996, Bill Clinton signs the Helms-Burton correlation to the thing saying that any country in the world that invests in Cuba could face U.S. sanctions. That's the Helms-Burton law, So that's because there was major money invested in Cuba by American banks. American banks are going to recoup their damn money, unless you're going with the Rothschild banks.
Yeah, because most of those bankers are insured with the FDIC.
Oh, yeah, but I'm saying, no, it's not even that. It's the fact that you take the Rothschild banks, America is going to freaking do everything it can through sanctions, everything to recoup that money. If you're not doing that and whatnot, you're friggin' owning. Black people in America are never going to be part of that.
Never.
Hustle. When's any time those Rothschild banks ever invested in a major?
Never.
So smart.
Never. Yeah, and see, people get grants.
There's legal things that's protecting those banks. It's not just the Rothschild name. But the FDIC, for example, they banks take insurance, Carl. I don't know if you know this. The more risky that bank, the market that bank is in, they take insurance against any kind of instability.
But we understand what you're saying, Elvis. What we're saying is that none of those banks will back up a black business going over there in the other country. It's the same way with the oil people that's going over there in Nicaragua, what it was, Venezuela.
Once you get to
they are already connected with the government. That means that those people that's going over there to Venezuela, they have military personnel with them. It ain't just Exxon has military people working there. They have liaisons. That's how they're so connected. So the word from the government come down there like, hey, oh boy, I know you run this multi-million-dollar company. I got a word from the president, liaison. I got a word from the EPA. And the people got to follow it because they know that if they got a problem, the U.S. military is going to back them. So the liaison is there as a buffer. The U.S. government is never going to give black people a buffer, a liaison to go work with them over there. The Chinese people got somebody they can contact if something goes wrong in Africa. The Lebanese got somebody they can contact in the government if something go wrong. The Chinese people got somebody in the government. How do you think they get all that equipment? Because goddamn Nigeria damn sure don't have that equipment. That equipment is coming from the ships. I don't know if y'all remember about a year or two ago, not last year, I told y'all about they was shipping all these goddamn refurbished refrigerators and from Hisense and whatever from here, because I saw them over there. And guess what Tina Boo was just giving away over there? Those got them same Hisense refrigerators to the people trying to invest in them. You get what I did my research on that. They held them up at the ports just to issue them out. So think about it. He's thinking in a year ahead when they sent them over there. Y'all remember when they brought all them Africans over there? They put them all in the bus like they was in high school or something and said that they was going to give them investment. It wasn't investment in money. They gave them all the GE and all these appliances. That was I didn't know what it was for. But now that I saw what Tinubu just did,
loyalty or something? Was it get their votes and loyalty or something?
But that's what he's doing now. You ought to see he's staging stuff out there in different areas, giving away those same goddamn Hisense refrigerators and those small refrigerators. And I never knew what it was. I was like, what the hell are they gonna do with all that? I thought they was gonna sell them. But then when I saw what Tinubu did last week and the week before, where he got it all like 12 cameras out there giving older women and women in their 40s and 50s these little Hisense refrigerators, the ones that is not fucking Econo Lodge Hotel. And these women out there, they're celebrating, they're happy because it doesn't matter if they don't got a generator to push it. That's the crazy thing.
They could sell that motherfucker.
All I'm saying is that the Ubuntu shit, if you want to say, now I do agree. One thing I do agree with should never happen. I think it should be one universal language because that's how it is in America. Everybody, we speak English, so it's easy for me to go to every state in America and somebody gonna understand what I'm saying. But in Africa, it's not like that. So I wish it was.
It's too
but
big though.
It's
for
too.
one,
Hey, back to what it is that they too prideful to even agree with that.
It's too big.
They too prideful to agree with one language.
Wait, hold on. You know what would work? If Africa had, if West Africa and Central Africa had one shipping authority, right? A port authority made up of different people of different countries, based in one country at the best port, two ports, right? You have headquarters. So therefore, when you go to ship stuff in West Africa, it's coordinated in one office, you know?
Yeah,
that would bring billions of dollars to you.
Right
every African country, you know what it is? Everybody who guards their port, they make money off of that, right? They're holding people's stuff up, they'll kickbacks and stuff like that. Oh, I'll move your stuff up, I'll move your stuff off the line. And if you do this, do that, you know, so it's a money making thing. The people working the ports make all the money, you know, because they get the stuff on the ship. So Africa will have to get rid of that culture of corruption and replace it with something else. And they don't want to do that.
And they need more ports too. They need way more.
Well, Africa got ports. They just need to upgrade
them.
No,
they got all saying.
Bro, let me tell y'all something, man. Like the worst port in America. We talking about the worst. It's still 100 times better than the one that they have over there. Now, the only ones that look good is the one that the Chinese people are building. You get what I'm saying?
But the port looks good on animation.
Yeah, but boy, I saw the one in Port Harcourt. Oh my God, you talking about look like and it smells like mildew. The whole thing.
They got a lot of oil spills over there. That's why it smells like shit too.
Let me tell you something, man. What I realize is that me and Carla had this conversation today. And the way it works in Africa is that, say for instance, you sitting on your couch, Bantu, and I say, hey man, you got something in your backyard that I want, and you say, all right, man, go on back there. You know what I'm saying? Bring your equipment, bring your saw, bring your drill, bring your rake, bring all your equipment, do what you gotta do, just throw me a cut. See, that's how Africa is. Africa is not saying, hey, I got the equipment, I got everything you need here. Come over here and bring your intellectual property and we can do it together in a joint venture. Africa doesn't do that because the people don't demand that. The people have no problem with the government managing West Africa. They don't have no problem with that. Long as they eat, long as they can go to church, long as they can go to the mosque, they're fine.
They behind, bro.
They like what I'm saying is, you know how we say in America that the struggle is real? Their struggle, like they feel like it's a win if they ate three times a day, and they damn sure ain't eat meat all those 3 times. But if they ate 3 times a day and they got enough money to get transport,
we can't hear. Hello.
To get transport the next day.
Yeah, like I was trying to tell people. So when people come to me with this Ubuntu stuff, the reality is this: the Lebanese are big in West Africa because they got Lebanon, you know. And not only that, you'd be surprised that Hezbollah and all that stuff like that connected, not just the terrorist stuff, but you got Syrians here. It's not just all Lebanese. There's Syrians, they're Algerians, they're Moroccan. All the Arabs the Persians work together, you know. They got a whole network that's stretched throughout the Middle East and whatnot, and they got a West African market stranglehold. Do you know Lebanon makes $25 billion just on the money it generates from West Africa? $25 billion a year. You know? That's how much they take out of West Africa. $25 billion.
Hustle Cadola dumbass had it right last time. He said, you know, the Africans never got past. They brains never went past the, you know, selling niggas for cookies and shit like that. They brain just never got past.
But now Carla calls it. Carla calls it
hand. You know, Hustle.
Hand to mouthism.
Yeah, I think it's just you, Bantu. Everybody else hear me. Don't you hear me good, Carla?
What do you say?
Don't you hear me good?
Perfect. I can hear you good.
Yeah, I think
So,
it's bad. I think it's you bad too. Yeah, it's
Chris
their hands.
Brazen
Caller
says,
calls it hands to mouth. I call it that their brain level is plateaued at a certain level. You get what I'm saying? It's almost like on a 7th to 8th grade level. And then you got the people that's at the top, the ones that send their kids abroad and go to school. They manage everything, but everybody else is at a 7th or 8th grade level. So long as they eat, you get what I'm saying? As long as they go home and talk about God and religion, you get what I'm saying? They're fine. And the people that's the top, they managing it. You get what I'm saying? So they're not trying to excel. And then they only care about technology when it comes to electronics. So you'll have somebody living in a dilapidated house, Jonathan, that got an iPhone 16. Do you get what I'm saying? Like it's the thing, their material, their 7th or 8th grade mindset, but they still.
Jonathan came up here to defend them. Shit.
Oh, Jonathan damn sure he knows exactly what I'm talking about. They got I give them 8th to 9th grade mentality, but they materialistic.
I ain't gonna be shitting on my Africans thing.
You get what I'm saying? So imagine somebody in a dilapidated house, you know what I'm saying, where they when they shit, it goes out the back of the wall down in the alleyway.
I think Hustle. I think Elvis had to run because we just laid the facts on him, man. He couldn't handle that shit.
You know, the day I was trying to have just a regular conversation with him, so I wasn't trying to beat him down. But the thing about it is that they can't corner you in to the point that they peppering you with questions, and then you're sitting up there trying to.
My whole thing is, like I said, when people have these new philosophies, I mean, we done had how many people came through Black America? We done had the Garvey movement. We done had Nation of Islam.
Oh yeah, I heard you talking about that on the.
We had Father Divine. We had Daddy Grace. There's so many other Nuwapians. And we done had area Hebrews, Israelites, the Moors. We done heard. I've done heard it all, man. You know. And we had Dr. Karenga, the 7 Principles of Kwanzaa, created 1960. That's 60 years. 60 years of Kwanzaa. Have we implemented one of those principles, in Black America? No. One principle has been implemented,
Carl, another thing they don't have over there either is they don't have like American have these West Rock International Paper they basically nuclear recycling places, because if you ever see one to go by there, all those are recycled nuclear places. They have to be surrounded by, or they have to have a lake full of water. You get what I'm saying? If you ever go, and I asked that, it never made sense to me. As much as I've been going to, I go to International Paper, West Rock, all over, and I always wonder when you go to the big center, I'm like, why is always a lake out here? They said, oh, we got to have enough lake water, so if the reactor goes off, we can keep pressing it with water until they come bury it with sand or whatever they got to bury it with. They don't have a nuclear base recycling thing over there to recycle their plastics and everything. They don't have nowhere where they separate it. Do you get what I'm saying? They don't have any like landfills that's compacted.
Where?
In West Africa, they don't have that.
Nowhere in West Africa.
They don't have nothing like International Paper, no recycle where they separate it and then they recycle the product. They kind of burn it, pack it, or they try to.
I seen a documentary where they be burning that shit.
Yeah, they burn it.
They catch all kind of lung diseases and shit from smelling.
Burning wires and burning. They just burn it. That's what it is, and they just people out there working out there. They out there working barefooted. They got no mask on, no M3 mask on, no N3. I meant mask on, no gloves, they have no regulation. So even though they have a young society, I think Carla said that they life expectancy is like 55 years old.
Yeah, Nigeria's life expectancy is 54.
54.
Yeah. And if they working in that shit where they doing that burning, is way less than that.
Yeah.
It's the way that it is, regardless, because of the water they drinking. Because they drinking what they, it's amazing. They call it pure water, but I got all type of bacteria in it. Listen, Mandinka, it's like, just imagine you got your Ziploc bag in the kitchen and you put some water in it and you take a lighter and you light the end to seal it. That's what they drink their water off. So the bottom end, they bite it with their teeth like little rabbits.
Yeah, I've seen them do that shit before.
And that's what
let me get Jonathan in here. Jonathan, go ahead, bro.
It's crazy.
Just let him keep cooking. He was cooking. They do recycle though, but not in the mass way that they should be doing.
Hey, Jonathan, would you listen to that debate between me and St. James this afternoon?
Nah, bro, I just woke up. I ain't gonna sugarcoat.
Yeah, St. James, yo, this was so funny. This is hilarious, right? First of all, St. James was like, Colin, why you always use your platform to call people clowns? I said, because the name fits, man, you know? And then he says, you call me a clown? I said, well, I don't take it personally, man. I call everybody a clown. Anyway, basically, he was going off about, him and Flex was talking about how their country's got supermarkets on that. And I did my investigation because I'm thorough, right? First of all, look at the chat. Flex Up said that there's some company has a supermarket chain, right? And then when I looked it up, he says they're about to acquire. I said, you said they had it. Because I'm trying to say that there's no way I'm going to believe a Fulani businessman, like the Fulanis, can do something as capable as a Lebanese. There's no way in hell I believe that shit, That supermarket, if you know what a supermarket is, right? And if you know anything about warehousing logistics, I used to work at a warehousing for a supermarket. You constantly got to keep those pallets full, trucks coming in, and you got to keep those stores stacked up to the limit, right? It's a round-the-clock thing, warehouse thing. Warehousing and logistics is no joke.
Yeah,
I seriously doubt these motherfuckers could do that shit. You know what it is, cheese. You got to import cheese or not. You at a certain time of year, produce, stuff like that. You got to have like 12, 13 different places you're importing produce throughout the year because of the seasons and everything.
The busiest part is Christmas.
Making sure shit works, So I was basically like, I don't believe that. And then St. James was like, well, what our country is not read the stats on this country. I said poverty, and I Googled poverty in Burkina Faso, and I just like broke his spirit. The stats were horrible.
Go ahead, Jonathan.
The stats were horrible, man. Same thing with Senegal and Flex Up with the Guinea. I said, man, y'all talking all this nonsense about Liberia, but I'm looking at the stats of your country. Y'all facing Burkina Faso is facing real severe hunger and food shortage. They put all this stuff out online. We're not talking about they're building electric cars, and they maybe build some electric food, motherfucker. Electric cars, man. Get the fuck out of here.
Man, I remember they was talking that shit, trying to get black people cutting up there, eating them chicken bones and pulling out rocks and shit.
That's Kala homegirl, Arikana. She trying to get everybody to go.
Yeah, that Dr. Arikana chick, man. Everybody thinks she's some Winnie Mandela, Oh, sister, go on TikTok. That sister's the truth. But that lady is a Negro-Pean. She sided with the Europeans in their lawsuit against Zimbabwe. She sided with them.
She trying to get everybody to go to Burkina Faso now.
Because me and Carla talked about this. Black people in America are trendy. You get black people talking about home and welcome home.
That's true.
They're not even talking about that. It's a simple cuckolding. The black people in America is not good. They already promised you. Said we're not gonna give you anything, no land, no nothing.
Yeah,
it's a cuckold,
But I'm saying in the beginning they had this little thing, and I did a show on it, and I was saying that she definitely was a snake on how they presented the information, but I still got to blame the Most High niggas for not doing their research, because they was taking what the people were saying in the WhatsApp chat, and other than what's the the military, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we got this
Yeah,
word from
you
this
gotta.
person, like somebody told me,
Hey, you
and
gotta
all
do
these,
your own research. Shit.
yeah, they over there buying berets and trying to look like him from
That's
Torre with putting a
yeah.
patch over their face
You ever
like the little
fuck
cut.
around and be following Umar Johnson, dumbass
Bruh,
somewhere?
at least if you follow Umar, you still in America, you can bounce back. You can't bounce back if you over there.
Oh yeah, you gonna be fucked over there.
And
Those,
not only that, people go to Burkina Faso. Just recently, they had drones. I saw drones. They had all these terrorists on the ground, and they were blowing them up from the air. Drone said, "Look, right outside." And then some Ghanaians were crossing over the border. About 13 of them got massacred by terrorists in Burkina Faso. You know, so how do people go into these countries and think, why? What do black people in America think they're bulletproof or something? I don't
and
get
they,
it. They think they're
hold
bulletproof.
on, though. Carla, these niggas don't even speak French.
Yeah, I don't get it, man. I just don't get it, man. I just don't
French,
get it.
French. If you didn't grow up speaking French, French is probably one of the hardest languages they're trying to speak. You can learn Spanish on the fly, but you can't. It's hard for a Black American in his 30s and 40s to learn French. You can
Learn any
like
new language. Learn any new language. It's
any
hard.
language. Mexican, you can do it. They got all type of books. They out. You can go to Mexican restaurant. You can hear them talk. You rarely hear a person from France talk in
And the
America.
worst part, you gotta add on that it's not even regular French. They just like Nigeria. They got pigeon French. It's an off
Wow, that's
French.
even worse. So they got Ebonic
Never
French.
figured that out.
Yeah, like I said, but that's the Pan African movement nowadays, man. It's a
Oh,
joke.
it's dead. It's dead. I even saw your boy Afro Stink Tank. This clown had a bunny on his head like a bitch. You get what I'm saying? Like a
I
bunny.
don't think that that's the biggest cuck in the world.
Oh, let me tell you how he blocked me. Because he was talking and he was like, "Oh man, ain't you the dude that hate black women?" I was like, "Ain't you the dude that sit up there trying to cape for white people?" I said, "I see the play you trying to do." I said, you trying to get white liberals on your side for
Yup.
the viewership, but you trying to sell this goddamn slum village living to black people. You selling that to them.
I can see right through that. He be in Nigeria, right? And he be getting all passionate about liberal Marxist philosophy, communist philosophy, whatnot. Yo, if you're in Nigeria, why don't you adjust your philosophy to the culture and reality of Nigeria? Why are you
Nope.
talking about liberal, leftist, LGBTQ, and all that stuff like
He
that?
over there talking about a white person said this, a white lady said this, what this black white man said. Like, bro, he is going for that white. He using the white people to get the numbers to boost his show up. But what he doing is he's selling that struggle. Like who gonna help him do the catfish and the. See, when he started playing with the ducks and sticking his fingers in a catfish asshole, that's for the black people. The liberal politics and the faggot shit, that's for the white people. That's why when you look through his chat now, you see a bunch of white people in there talking.
I know, like I said, anytime I go to a thing and I see a whole bunch of white, we need more people like you. It's white people that be boosting this motherfucker up,
Yeah.
So nobody but black people. Like, we listen to some of the stuff he says, but for the bottom line, you can't double dip. You can't play two sides, Sooner or later, the confrontation between us and those white liberals is going to come. It came like this last election, right? I basically said that, like I told Elvis, don't like that. I burned him last night. I said I voted because I knew Trump was going to repeal Title IX. He didn't know what Title IX. Elvis didn't know what Title IX was. And I said, well, 1557, the Section 16 of the Affordable Care Act, right? We knew back then. I predicted it real well that they were going to use that to push normalize gay, transgender, or something like that. And I was right. They basically came and said, "Oh man, we're gonna change the definition just by having him in Biden as president." They basically said you could basically change your gender. The government has to recognize your gender selection. That was just the healthcare. It's not even like employment or something like that. That's in healthcare. Healthcare, you cannot refute the fact that there's biologically a man and a woman. A man don't have ovaries, you know. A man doesn't have vagina. You know what I'm saying? Then they start saying this thing, well, men can get pregnant, all this crazy shit. I said, no, I'm against this shit. No, men could give birth, men could do all this stuff like that. What do we need all this stuff for? You know, why do we need all this? I said, I'm dead set against it. Yeah, I am dead set against it. And since you asked, right? Since they asked, they put it to the vote. I got to decide on it. I gave my vote on November 5th, 2024. Elvis don't like that. How dare you? Because that was important to me. Why is that so important? See how you just being dismissive over it because I'm a citizen and
Right.
we in a country we vote on our values. If abortion was the issue of the day and I felt strongly against abortion, that would be an issue I vote around.
It doesn't matter if you got no females in your family. You can still be like, I'm against abortion. It don't matter if it directly impacts you at all. You can be like, I don't view that.
And sometimes all it takes, like in a democracy, all it takes is when you listen to somebody who aligns with your values. That's how like 90% of people vote. Your values, And so
he was trying to say because it doesn't affect him. And that, you know what I'm saying? That's the crazy thing. And it's just the same thing with anything. It's a lot of things that don't affect me, but I still have that value as an American. See, but when they have that immigrant mindset,
you have your values,
Yeah, but when they have that immigrant mindset, they're in a bubble. Like all of them, even DK was doing that too. They're in that bubble. That's why they started talking about Epstein. I don't give a fuck about no white girls getting molested.
They always pull out the Epstein card.
I never understand that when black people start talking to black people about white people. I just don't get that. I don't give a fuck.
Epstein business did not affect us because we were not involved.
I hope ICE kill. I hope ICE take out a whole bunch of white people. You know what I'm saying? So then they can finally see what black people go through when they get pulled over by the police. The fuck would I care about them?
Basically, it's showing that white people are not invincible. Because if you have a system where police can kill people and with impunity, I heard somebody say that years ago. So I think it was in a movie or something like that. They said if this could happen to black people, right? And there's some people don't be. It was like, that movie Copland. You ever see the movie Copland? There was a movie Copland. One scene, Ray Liotta said, "Let me tell you something, man. You don't get it." He goes, "Being white don't make you bulletproof." In other words, basically, the same way black people are killed by cops or not, we could be killed by cops. That's what he was basically saying. Being white don't make you bulletproof. That was really profound what he said. People have this idea that only the bad things about the police happen to white people. Black people, right? And there's been several cases, but every time there's more white people get killed by police than black people in America.
It damn sure is.
There's more white people get killed by police, and road stops and whatnot, But the whole thing is people don't think about it because they think, police shootings, that has to be black, whatnot, And then when that happened with those protesters and whatnot, that's when the first time they said, yeah, but that's been there all the time,
Yeah.
You get out of line, you could be killed too, and it's up to the cop's discretion. The cop felt in danger, right? Now, if you put it like that, if a cop feels in danger, he could take your life. What makes you think that he can't do that to you too?
But Colin, this is the crazy thing that I didn't understand the liberals when they were saying this. For some reason, they think that if a police kill you, that's justified, and a federal officer do it. It ain't. Federal law supersedes state law. So why the fuck do you think?
You know what crispy is? They have this thing where because they don't like ICE, because they see all this anti-ICE, so that means it's still a legal law enforcement thing with a badge. They can kill you.
Hold on, Colin. Hold on, Colin. Give me 45 seconds. This is the crazy thing. If a regular police officer kills you, the DOJ, which is federal, can come in and do a civil right investigation, right? But if
Yeah.
the federal kill you, the state cannot do investigation. If the federal commander say it's a done deal, it's a done deal. It ain't no investigation. It ain't no nothing. Nobody,
Yep.
no agency.
The way these people talking about, oh, we got to protest ICE, and you got some black lady running for Senate talking about the first thing that you're gonna do is abolish. I mean, these people are crazy. You know, it ain't gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen. People are like, oh, we're gonna abolish ICE and blah blah blah. But so, in other words, basically, you got millions of people here that ain't supposed to be here. What are you supposed to do? You know, what exactly are you supposed to do? The law says.
But you
the
know
law.
what, Carla? That right there showed me that was another reason that doom train, I added another cart to it. Because black people, that just shows me that anytime black people talk about Malcolm X, they like to talk about the Malcolm X when they talk about the black women as whatever. But they don't bring up the point about, entertainers, and they don't talk about how he talk about strength is in numbers. Because black people don't give a fuck if they're outnumbered. I see that now. I thought that black people did care about being outnumbered, but black people,
No, they don't care. They don't care.
and just people like me and you, Carla, and Jonathan and Mandinka, we care about being outnumbered. We care about going somewhere and there's 100 Mexicans to 1 black people. But everybody else, I understand it. Now I understand why in Atlanta, when you go to Cinco de Mayo at the Mexican restaurants, it's full of black people in there. When they do that shamrock shit for Irish, there's a bunch of black people now dressed up as as leprechauns and wearing green. Is them out there?
Let me get here. Now ZVY says slavery was considered. In other words, he's equating slavery legal to thing. The difference is slavery was legal, right? People fought against it, whatever like that. And the law is slavery became illegal when the law changed, right? Now, what you need to be saying is, if you don't like the fact what ICE is doing, right, change the law, right? Since you cannot change the law, right, guess what? It's staying. Just like slavery, it was not, there's no such thing as false laws. See, this is what I'm saying when you get these people coming from third world countries. There's no such thing. A law is a law. Did he say
false? He actually said false law?
False laws in the chat room. He said false laws. There's no such thing as a damn false law, fool.
Now you can say you don't agree with the law, but the law is the law, man.
The law is the law, man. That's what everybody knows that. That's what you're up against. You get people coming over here and they really believe that they can circumvent the law because it doesn't suit them. That's dangerous. What the hell?
That's the first time I ever heard that, Carla. I've never heard that term before ever. Somebody say this law is a false law.
If you listen to a lot of these people coming from third world countries, stuff like that, they come from lawless countries that don't know anything,
Carla, the strange thing, they coming from countries where the police officer can just walk up to you and slap the shit out you. That's the country they coming from with police and military. If they don't like what you said, can slap the fucking taste out your mouth. It ain't nothing you can do about it. Lock you up, and then you got to figure out how you gonna eat.
Yeah, and they also, not only that, if somebody commits a crime against you, and they're like, okay, you got to pay them to write the ticket because they don't have no paper. So you got to buy the paper, pen, write the ticket up, right? And then when you arrest them, well, you got to come and bring that person food while he's holding them in jail because they don't have no money to feed them. If not, they don't let them go. And then good luck and have them show up to court and say, okay, we're going to let you out, but you show up to court in the right time. If they don't show up to court, you got to pay the police to go arrest them to show up to court. So that's what they're coming from. The law does not work,
Hey, Carla, I got to give you your flowers, bro. You called it right on that old face Jackson shit. You said that shit, like all that shit he was saying to you, them good. Now he over there, goddamn, all that shit he was talking about scamming. He over there spilling the beans with his heart out, talking about everybody that don't got over him and everybody been stealing from him. But he was sitting up there acting like he was doing it better than everybody. You get what I'm saying? And don't get me wrong,
hustle. I'm gonna leave it to you. I'm gonna leave it to you. Hustle. I'm gonna leave it to you. I got a white cracker trying to come on the show, and when I've been trying to come on, should I give him a couple minutes? See what he has to say.
Yeah, hey,
Now, we don't
keep
let
your
white people on
hand.
the show, but
Hey,
you know,
keep
this is
your hand on that
customer.
button, man, just in case he wanna show
No, he
his
dropped off.
goddamn
He dropped off.
white.
He dropped off.
But he want to
He
show his
dropped off.
ass literally.
Yeah, that's it. You can't trust these motherfuckers, you know, weirdos. So yeah, I'm saying, you know, so it is. He got scared and got dropped down because you know the bottom line is that we don't play that shit.
You
You
was
know,
definitely
I
right
was gonna
about
give him a chance. I'm
O'Shea,
gonna let him
man. You
go up and
called that
see.
shit out, Colin.
Yeah,
Have
but
you seen
now
the?
tell me, break it down. Break it down. He's going around attacking 23andMe. He attacked me and Bomani last
Hold
year.
on, but
You know,
you must ain't been listening the last 4 or 5 days.
I heard, but I didn't get the whole thing. But,
Oh
you know,
man, so the people
he
that
did a
he
thing where
trust.
he did a video and he was like, talk about Nick Fuentes. When I said, dude, I didn't learn anything what you said. I said you ramble, and he does not. O'Shea is not that smart. You know, he sounded smart years ago, right? But now you look at him, he rambles and tries to sound objective. I hate that when somebody has a biased opinion and they're trying to sound objective. I hate that shit. You know, I hate when people drag the car. Just say what the fuck you gotta say. Now, what did he say? What's going on?
Man, so this dude that used to come on this show was helping him out, was scamming him. So this dude came in, brought another dude in, and some chicken in. Then I found out he's an alcoholic. You get what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
they
he
just
always
get
been drunk.
So then they get them drunk, and then they would just the booking all those dating shows and all this. The dude was double dipping to where they was getting money from him, and then he was charging. O'Shea wasn't really making nothing. So then they were scamming him all this money, stealing his equipment and all that, but he wasn't saying nothing about it. He was sitting out there acting like, Africa is this and Africa is so great and everything. Until somebody he said they stole 18,000 from him. You know what I'm saying? He said that was the last strike. But then he came out and said, he said they probably got over 75,000 from him. You get what I'm saying? And now he's talking about he's gonna blow. Now he want to be like a whistleblower and tell on everybody. Now he just airing it all out like a female. And now the people in the chat like, bro, you ain't from here. You know what I'm saying? You'll get hurt in here. And he's sitting out there like, I'm from Del Paso Heights and all that. You ain't gonna like you there by yourself. You there by yourself in another country. They gonna do that Art Cathy shit to him. You get what I'm saying? He ain't nobody special by himself. But then he sit up there and talk about Black Americans. I don't want to meet none of y'all. I don't want to talk to none of y'all. I don't want to be close to now one of y'all. That's what he always said. You listen to O'Shea Jacob. He always said, I don't want to meet none of y'all. I don't want none of y'all to be around me. But now that the people are talking about now he's talking about he want to pack up and leave. Now he's saying he want to come back to America because the stuff ain't going right for him. All that he thought about leaving last year, but he like this is the straw. Talking about his mama want him to come back and all that. And all the people he was talking about scam, and turned out that he was the one getting scammed. He was talking about all the people that lost money. Now he claiming he lost more money than all of them. And then he turned around and said the number just keep changing, because then the last time he said he lost 85,000 and all type of equipment and laptops and video cameras, you know what I'm saying? All of that stuff. He said he don't lost all that dealing with the so-called average. They were sending him girls with big asses around him, and he drunk and
they tricked him.
They got him.
They got him, you know what I'm saying? The bottom line, that's what you have when you're like that. You control O'Shea's not an attractive dude. You know, so
that's why I call him Old Face Jackson. Boy, he got an old face. And I don't even like to talk about dudes like that. He got that Flavor Flav type of face, only face that your mama can like.
So I'm like, it is what it is, man. He did it to himself, man. You know, went over there with the Kunganda challenge, man. When I ripped him last year, that's when everybody started turning on him. When I ripped him last year, like he thought he was invincible. When I said, I ripped that dude to freaking pieces. You know, I ripped him to friggin' pieces, man. You know, I said, O'Shea, don't start with us, man. Don't start with me. You know.
And he was talking all that shit about everybody else scamming, all this little He was calling it petty scamming. And his ass over there getting bent over with some alcohol, with some goddamn, with some chicks. They bringing big booty dumb chicks over there to cook for him, and he just in heaven, you know, say ass watching. They got him with the ass watching. You get what I'm saying? Because don't get me wrong now.
He got played.
The mere fact that he
So the
tried to
bottom
make
line
it look
is-
like it was a beautiful country. You can't. If you try to lie, make it seem like Africa is way better than it actually is. You already fucked by default.
Yep.
Yeah.
But see, the thing about it is, Jonathan, they know how their country is. You get what I'm saying? Because even when I talk to my handler over there, the first thing come out her mouth is, "There go NEPA, my country." Like they do more complaining about their country, but then they hear you trying to prop it up like it's Miss Uganda, Miss Curvy, because at the end of the day, Carla, I thought we was overly sexualized in America. They're overly sexualized over there, but don't let them see a fat ass. I mean, that chick, her knees can be knocking, she can barely walk. But if she got a fat ass like in hair like goddamn Gary Coleman, like those are the type of chicks they got over there, they go crazy over there. Chicks look like dudes in the face, but they got fat asses, man. This is living in dilapidated houses with no type of insulation. What you call that pink stuff that they put in the roof? Call it installation?
Installation, yeah.
They don't have that.
Let me get Elvis. I think he heard what we said. He's back. I guess he back to fight. Go ahead, Elvis.
No, I didn't hear nothing. I was eating. I just came in here. Well, you're talking shit about me, Carla?
What?
Huh? Was you attacking me? I didn't hear. I just came back.
No, I didn't say nothing.
No, I'm saying, was you attacking me? That's why you think I came back to say something?
I said you dropped off when we started talking about was showing you how the system works as far as Africa and stuff like that. When you say Ubuntu, and I'm saying Ubuntu, a friggin' government and stuff like that. American government is, look, this is what it is. There's certain people, this is how it works. You have to understand this. The Chinese man in America is on his own. The Indian man is on his own. The Indians are making headway into America. They are a group of people because they got outside power. Same thing with the Chinese man.
But I thought you said they got countries backing them.
Yeah.
No, that was me that said
do.
that.
What you call Beijing? No, Beijing, China is actually recruiting many generation Chinese Americans. You know, they've been doing that for a long time. So the bottom line is this: these people are networked globally. You know, and all these people are global. The only group of people that's not globally tied together is Black people, right? This is what it is. You know, Black people, the only group of people that's not globally tied together, and it's usually based on race. Now, the Indians come over here, they know the white people, the Anglo-Saxons are the ones that America is like this. But if you make a compelling case for yourself that we got something to offer you, which is India, guess where Microsoft is located? In order to solve India, right? That's the thing. So that's why Indians are allowed to come into America basically unchecked, you know, because they have something to trade with America, which is their own Silicon Valleys and everything like that. Same thing with China. China, basically America's biggest trading partner. They got something to offer. China is the number one place where America makes its manufactured goods. You know, unfortunately, Africa does not have anything on that scale of value that America needs, right? And by fault is that Africa can't be our base into America and then back to on a global scale. We don't have that one nation in the world that's strong enough, right, to protect us anywhere we have in the world. Now, Black people as an individual can go to Africa and make money and stuff like that. But when you start talking about stuff like Baruch talking about we use African resources, when you talk about mining and resources on that scale, you only talk about a few people. Right now, Donald Trump is meeting with Japan. You know what they're reading Japan talking about? Control over what? What Hustle Smart, what they want to control right now?
What? I don't know. What is it?
Rare earth material.
Rare earth minerals. Yeah.
Right. They're meeting right now to discuss rare earth. Who's going to discover? China right now got the monopoly on it, right? Donald Trump and Japan want to break China's monopoly on rare earth minerals, which is going to be essential in building for who builds the best weapons and technology for the future. You know, so therefore, where's the black man in all this? Nowhere.
Not even in the conversation.
We're not even in a conversation. You know, so if they get around to you, get some of your rare earth, because South Africa got rare earth materials, well, they got rare earth minerals, right? And I think the Congo has. You know, that's about it. But other than that, man, Africa's not even in the equation. You know, sub-Saharan Africa is the poorest region of the world. That's where we come from. You know, and when we say that we should have worked together, we should have built that nation state in Africa called an Africanism, which would have brought millions of black people and billions of capital back to the continent. Africans didn't want to see it like that, and this is where we're at. So don't tell me about Ubuntu. That's not serious. Until we have a revolution, a geopolitical entity, something tangible, there ain't gonna be no damn Ubuntu.
Yeah, it's impossible. I mean, you can do individual Ubuntu, say for instance, moving the nation.
There ain't gonna be no massive, big thing until we have a government and a state that's backing it. You know.
Yeah, Carla, the question is, how can you benefit from Africa, right? Or if you want to be more encompassing, you say, how can we benefit from Africa?
Hold on. Until we have Black America has its own government, nation state. Yeah. On the like Israel, like the state of Israel, whatever like that in Africa, we ain't got shit.
It's no we. If we don't come with a representative from the government to back us up, some type of paperwork,
diplomacy.
Some diplomacy. It's going to be on an individual basis. So if you go over there and hire a house girl and you hire a driver or something, that's going to be the only Ubuntu is going to be. You can't do it. And a lot of times with the West Africans, if they know that these people are protected by their government, they got consulates, you get what I'm saying? All this shit going on over there, they know that they can go to them. They're going to get a call from their government. If somebody fuck with them Chinese people, they're going to get a call from the government. Like they're some of these countries that has their people over there.
You know something, Hustle Smart?
Yeah.
I realized this years ago. I was watching this one program with this Ghanaian guy. He was talking to a group of African Americans. This is like around, I would say 15 years ago, right? And he was talking to a group of African Americans. They go there talking about Black America coming back to Africa and blah, blah, blah. And he said, yeah, we're about the Black, he was talking about Kwame Nkrumah. He said, but he says, you know something? You know, we're Ghanaians are in a better position because at the time, Ghana wasn't shit. Mamai told me that. He said when they first started doing it, Ghana didn't have nothing. All the shit stuff you see in Ghana right now is because of Black America came there and gave the world some sort of interest, put Ghana on the map. You know, Black America did that, you know. Basically, he said, when we're all said and done, we're going to have a country, a nation, you know. He goes, it's different than you in America that's going to just have civil rights and whatever like that. We're going to have our own nation, you know. And it struck with me back then. He said, we could operate from a position of state. That means we recognize diplomacy. We got the international courts. We got the World Bank. We got the IMF. We got all these things like that Black America simply don't have, you know. So that's what you're dealing with. Until the level playing field, until Black America has their own state, there ain't gonna be no unity of Ubuntu. You know, we're just kidding ourselves.
Yeah,
you know, you can't be a cuckold, stateless people.
Don't fool yourself. Ghanaians will never have an advantage over African Americans as long as you.
I beg to differ.
They can have.
Why? I do it different because they could sign deals with people and whatnot. We can't. We have no political or geopolitical power.
We don't know what you have until you don't have it.
Well, hold
if you're on the African continent, you'll be struggling like the other Africans.
We're doing that in America, right? But you guys talk about getting involved internationally, right? That's not going to happen. You know, that's
that's the question that you asked, Carlo. What the fuck has Africa done for me? How can I benefit from Africa? That's why when you ask those questions, those are some of the solutions we're offering. That you can invest.
The white American man can go to Africa, right? because if he has a business big enough and whatnot, he can go to Africa, like if it's IBM or something like that, or Hewlett Packard and whatnot. You can rest assured, FedEx or whatnot, the United States government, right? He got lobbyists in Washington and everything like that. They're going to make sure before he does anything. Like right now, South Africa, this guy Bozell, whatever, is Brett Bozell, is ambassador of South Africa. He's giving South Africa a hard time, but he knows that there's American companies in South Africa. America has the largest number of companies in South Africa, and in South Africa,
anything a white man can do, anything a white businessman can do, a black businessman can do. You just got to emulate what he's doing.
Bro. That's the craziest thing
Get the lawyers.
No.
What I'm saying is, if a white man goes to Africa, right, and he has a corporation there,
that's
and
a
he
white man backed up by the white United States government.
The white man is backed up by by default. Let me tell you something, Elvis. Directly or indirectly, without him even asking, he's backed up. The black man would have to go and beg, lobby, and pay, and still might not get it. The white man is automatic. It's the same way that if a white girl get kidnapped or she go missing, the whole world is gonna know about it. But 100 black girls can go missing and nothing is said. It's just the way that it is in this country. White people,
Elvis, do you understand?
White people tears shine bright.
60 years or 62 years ago, black people weren't even really considered citizens. This thing right here is new. You act like we're all American. We just became American.
Are you saying that if Stephen Hightower, with all his business sense and money and connection, because part of this is about connection. If you went to Africa to do business, he won't be protected by his government.
Say this. That remains to be seen. Right? That just remains to be seen, right?
That's the point I'm making. So you can't show me a case in point where black people have been treated differently.
Stephen Hightower expressed desires to do business in Africa for like 20 years. Has it happened yet? No. Because he don't have the sponsorship or the backing. America will sponsor you if you do their bidding.
You don't know the reason why it hasn't happened yet, Kyle. We want to speculate.
Well, he does want to do business.
But maybe it's other reason.
He does actually do business in Africa, but it doesn't mean that it's going to be on the scale of protected.
He don't want to do business in Africa.
Yeah, he don't want to do business there. We talked about it, but He did this is the thing about it is even Stephen Hightower knows how it is. You get what I'm saying? That he knows that in America he can do what he do because he got regulations and all that, and people have to stick by it. You get what I'm saying? The courts have to stick by the regulations. You got somebody that can press the other hand, that press the other hand. That's just not how it is in Africa. So he go over there, invest $1 billion, and the government just say, "Oh, yo, we gonna take it or whatever." The thing about it is these white people in all industry, they would love to see him fall so they can take over. You get what I'm saying? They got the all game on lock. He just wanted the exception of black people.
So Africa was probably too much of a risk for him. Yeah, he doesn't want to take that risk because it'll probably, lose money
because he's not backed up by the U.S. government. He's not backed up by the U.S. He's just rich.
Now, if we had our own nation state in Africa, right, and we had our own diplomatic channels where we could back a Hightower up, yes, it could happen. But relying on the United States government, no, it's not gonna happen.
I mean, domestically it's different. All you need is to play the game. You lobby these senators and representatives, spend money and lobby them. Have a big firm representing you. That's what these white boys are doing. They're lobbying these guys, getting familiarized with them. That's all. Black people do the same thing. And then we want to see a case where it's like, okay, this is a situation that was similar to this white company situation, and the United States backed them up. But this black company, the United States is not back. I want to see a case like that. That I can say is true.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're not going to see it. You're not going to see it because black people does not have a collective lobbying. You get what I'm saying? Even these businesses, they lobby as a group. They meet up together at these places, these goddamn conference centers where you'll have 20 oil tycoons meeting up and strategizing in their think tanks. He's a lonely nigga. He's the lonely nigga in the petrol field in America that's making that money. Them white boys, they eat together, they vacation together. They got their they intermingle, they married each other. Yeah, they plotting on him. They want to see him fall so they can move in there and take it piece by piece. So he's better just stand over here with the regulator. He go over there and take $1 billion out his market and go over there, man. He in trouble. You know what I'm saying? And the way white people live, they'll go over there and say, you know what? Hey, we'll give you some F-16s. We'll give you some military stuff.
We'll give you $500,000 if you shut this.
Black businessmen to organize and try to lobby the government, right?
Okay.
That you build power in Congress, have behind you, organize, you lobby them, you contribute to their political parties and campaigns.
But you need more than one person, Elvis. You need more than one business.
That's what I'm saying. So if black people do that, right? If black people do that, they'll start building some power for their business, corporation.
I like this. Elvis, why would black people lobby anybody when they vote 89 and 93% Democrat? Why would they have to lobby anything? They're going to vote Democrat regardless.
No, because corporations are not right. They're only the individual will vote one way, but a corporation is not a human being. They're not voting. So you can go in there and lobby, because the money is the same on both sides. They're going to take your money. They're going to take your campaign contributions regardless of what party you vote for, as long as you're offering it. So I'm saying, look at how the white men play the game and copy that game and emulate it and play the same game. And see if you get the same result or if you'll be discriminated.
You can't emulate them unless you have the same numbers. I get what you're saying, some more major business, but Elvis, our billionaires, we got maybe 3 that's not in entertainment. That's it. Out of all the rest of the billionaires and multimillionaires, it's only 3 that's in it that's not in entertainment. Carla showed you the video. Only 3. So the rest of them is entertainment. Hold on. This is the last part. Most of all of the black entertainers that's rich are Democrats. So what are they voting blue no matter who? They're not lobbying anything. They just like you, Elvis. They voting for the machine. Or either they ain't talking about it at all.
Hear what I'm saying, right? So hear what I'm saying. So there's some business leaders in Silicon Valley who may be Democrats, they may be liberal, socially liberal or whatever, but their corporation, like that whole Silicon Valley group, they might go and lobby a Republican senator, or the Republican caucus for their interests, even though individually they may vote different than the Republicans. So I'm saying, Democrats, black people tend to vote Democratic, but they can lobby Republicans, in terms of their corporation interests.
That's just not the way black people are, though.
Black people vote and they don't have no agenda. Look. But if black people if grassroots black people don't have any agenda,
no agenda,
how the hell are they going to be on a larger scale talking about billions of dollars investments and whatnot? And you can't even get black people to think that. Look, I've been talking about Africa for years, right? Now, if Africa was something that we were really serious, Black America was serious about, we would have. Let me perfect example. Let me tell you something, Elvis. Let me break it down to you like this. Black people in America dominate all the major cities in America: New York, Newark, Chicago, Philly, Baltimore, Detroit. All these cities are controlled by black people for the most part, the legislature, right? Each one of these, who's this? Calls a porch private insurance. You don't know what the fuck I do. Shut up. Anyway, look, each one of these cities, right? They have employees, cities, civil, and union pension funds in the billions and billions of dollars that they loan out to casinos, to record companies, movie companies. How do you think stuff gets done? How do you think a movie gets financed? Pension funds along that. So long as the money gets paid back, whatever, like that, Plus they got to buy insurance on it. So if they don't get paid back, the insurance will pay for that. What I'm saying is, many countries tap into employee pension funds in America. South Africa did for generations, South Africa was the number one place we invested pension funds in, and then we until we had a divestment movement, right? Atlanta, all these cities invested in South Africa when the rand was high. Now, what I'm saying is this, though. That would be a great thing for certain countries in Africa if they had their shit together, right? But the thing is, even when you talk about that, right, you got a lot of African countries that are trying to come to America to tap into this, right? But if the countries basically don't have a real track record of success, and so you cannot fudge those numbers, right? South Africa was able to convince the world. Think about this, how smart. They was able to convince the world to be the number one place of investment during apartheid. The time they were fighting the ANC and going through terrorist attack for the AC, they had the most number of capital coming into the country. Isn't that amazing? Africa is in peacetime and can't get shit. Yo, I for the life of me don't get it. I don't get it, you know.
But Carla, is that when the white people have control of the government?
Yeah, but the thing is, it doesn't matter because you know what they did? The international capitalists did? They said, oh, you know something? I think we could do better if we had Nelson Mandela in president. So they put Nelson Mandela in president because they said, nah, we don't have to worry about no communist revolution or whatever like that. We gave Mandela what they want. White man knows how to play this game, right? All they did was replace the clerk with Mandela, right? To make sure that the so-called Uhuru revolution would never happen, whatever like that. And the capital thing. Now, South Africa slowed down since then, you know, because you got other emerging African countries and stuff like that. But South Africa was the jewel of the friggin' world in the 60s and the 70s. It produced half the continent's electricity. You know,
How can you say that though? You're saying it like that's a good thing. It was apartheid. It was white people. It was almost like a white transplant country in Africa.
But hold up, South Africa, the only place in the world that had a higher standard of living in South Africa was California. You know, I look at stuff like standards of living and stuff like that when we start talking about.
But it's white people, Carl. It's not our black brothers who had control of all of those good things that was happening in that country.
In America, so I could relate to that. You know, I like these places. You know, so I guess where I grew up. You know, but I'm saying this: the black South Africans, right, had the highest standard of living of anybody in Africa. You know that during apartheid. And I'm saying
during apartheid.
Right. During apartheid, black South Africa.
You say they had a high standard of living during apartheid, Carla?
They had more electricity, running water, schools, everything than the rest of Africa. During apartheid.
So I guess they shouldn't have been fighting for anything. They were living high off the hog.
Well, what I'm saying is this though. The reality was, unfortunately, right? The white man came there, right? And he built his civilization on that soil, you know? And let's be honest with ourselves, just like America, we're benefiting from the white man's civilization. That's why if let me give you an example, Elvis. There's an organization called the Africa organization. You heard about that. Professor Davis talks about it. He's a member. You ever heard about it? The Africa America organization. You know,
I heard about it.
All right, but let me ask you a question. Do you think that organization is about African American interests in Africa, or do you think it's about white mainstream American interests in Africa?
I can't call it, Carla. Let me hear your analysis.
It's white mainstream America. Corporations like Ford, all these countries that interest in Africa go to African American organization, right? Now, there's some Black Americans that work in there, but they know for a fact of the matter is they're just doing the bidding of white corporate America. There is no direct pipeline between Black America and Africa. It does not exist. You know, we usually go to Africa on NGOs like USAID and something like that. I think that's supposed to start up again. USAID and all these other.
Why is that, Carla? Can African Americans found an organization that their sole purpose is to create a relationship between Africa and the Black Americans here?
Millions of dollars that they get from corporations, the government, and stuff like that, which we do not have. You know, that's what it is. And then
that's what I'm saying, Carla. For example, right? If there's an organization of Black men, you know, whether it's businessmen, you know, laymen, who can go and talk to wealthy African American businessmen or entertainers and tell them the purpose of their organization, that they want to build relationship with Africa that's going to probably yield business opportunities and so forth. You can start an organization like that. Why isn't it happening?
Hold on, we already have that. The problem is, the simple thing is, we do not have the scale. You know,
Yeah.
and we don't have the scale. You know what? You know what would facilitate that? If somebody comes back and says, you know something, because I thought that was going to happen with the Jubilee oil in Ghana, because there was a lot of African Americans on that project helping negotiate a fair deal with that Jubilee oil, for Ghana's first oil drilling thing, right? But where's the African American corporation that could say, now Jesse Jackson had holdings in some Nigerian oil. He had interest in Nigerian oil. That's just a little political thing. But for the most part, you do not see any African American holding any major business in Africa. Gold mining, nothing. Diamond mining. Now in Southern Africa, you do. You know, South Africa, you do. You got black people in banking and stuff like that in South Africa. But as far as West Africa and West Africa,
Yeah, maybe that's where they feel like their investment is more secure. Maybe West Africa is too volatile.
So what I'm
Maybe
saying
that's what it is.
The outreach is to West Africa, right? But in Southern Africa, you do see some Black Americans that are doing major business there and stuff like that, because the government is a first world. South Africa is a first world country, you know, for the most part, you know, and its banking system, its regulatory system, its legal system, courts, everything like that. If you got a problem, they have a sophisticated court system, a constitutional court, and everything like that. It works.
Why do you think that is, Colin?
Because I'm gonna be honest with you, right? Because that's what the fucking white man left.
You know, I was just going to say that.
There you go. There you go, Carl.
You know, thank everybody in South Africa. Look, Elvis, there's a saying I always come up with. It's called the Hakuna Matata Negro. Right? The Hakuna Matata Negro is a Negro that goes to South Africa, enjoys the infrastructure and everything. No worries on that. But the only reason why he has a Hakuna Matata is because the white man provided it for him. The white man built Southern Africa. You know, that's the white man's settlement there. You just got to get used to that, you know. His infrastructure, his systems, everything.
So is it fair to compare it to West Africa then? If it's the white man's,
well, it's like this. I understand what you're saying, your argument and everything like that. But when people say invest in Africa, like Mark Blanton is doing really good in South Africa. You know, he's doing really good real estate and whatnot. He has really the type of black people that he's attracting to Africa are people in the upper scale of.
But for somebody like you, Colin, who don't even like to see white people in Africa, will you be comfortable living in South Africa where maybe 20% of the population is white people?
To be perfectly honest with you, Elvis, right? I don't like seeing white people in West Africa. You know, but
you don't mind everything in South Africa, okay, Colin?
But you got to accept that. I get what Colin's saying. You got to accept that in South Africa because they have power. But you don't. Yeah, I get what he's saying.
They created everything in South Africa.
No, West Africa, no, but Southern Africa, I expect to see white people.
Yeah,
because it's fucking developed. You know, I expect to see white people there. You know,
it's no
doubt in my mind. I already prepared myself for that. You know.
It's just West like Africa, when you go to Connecticut or Washington State, you expect to see a lot of bed winching going on.
Yeah, if I say, you know something, I want to go up to Idaho and Montana. What the fuck do you think I'm gonna see up there?
Yeah,
you know, that's how it is. You guys accept it.
But you know, the conversation, Colin, you said the most important thing that Elvis need to realize is the scale of it. You get what I'm saying? And these people have been lobbying for years. They got lobbying think tanks. All we got is Afro think tank with a bonnet on. That's the closest we got.
They got colleges. Duke University. Colleges get free studies and whatnot. Okay, we need to study this. You know, they got so much resources at their disposal when they get ready to engage the world.
They got extracurricular courses on that of lobbying.
Yeah, they have endowments, Colin. That's what I'm saying. Black Americans, if they're organized, they can compete. But like you guys are saying,
organization. That's what we've been trying to tell y'all that for the last 2 years. It's no organization. It's no leaders. We have no leaders. So if you don't have no leaders, you got no organization. That's why even when you saw with the Target boycott, you saw the black women. You saw the black women turn on the simp pastor, the pastor with the big ass ears down here in Atlanta, whatever his name is. You see how they turned on him, even though he was doing all that capping and all that simping for black women. They turned around and attacked them, and then this clown came out and did an interview with a gay ass rainbow shirt on collar. Talking about it's his job now to get behind black women and let them lead, and they still attacked them. Still told him he wasn't shit. Still call him a fake pandering pastor to keeping black women single after all of that simping he did. But you know what? He's going to continue to simp because his money comes from black women. It ain't black men in this church that giving him 10%. That black men ain't in his church at all. And his church in Atlanta, New Birth, with a crowd of 46,000 members, is 89% women. 89% women. But with the Target, single women.
Carla, you got
came out and said his part is over with. Name some shit that Target already said. Target ain't came out and apologized and said a word. He came out and said his fast is over. And then you had the bald head chick with the glasses, Tamika Mallory, dumbass. And then come to find out, Carla, the other chick that from where you from, Elvis, that's the same chick that ran up in the goddamn church with faggot ass Don Lemon that got arrested. That's the part that tripped me out. I didn't even know she the one that started the shit.
Yeah, because you know Target is from Minnesota, right?
I get that, but I never. For what I'm saying is, when it went mainstream with Jamal goddamn big ear preacher man came on talking about it, her name was never mentioned. He never mentioned her name. And that's why she said, hold on,
activist over here.
Hold on, Evan, let me tell you. I agree with everything she said when she came out there. She said that they took it and ran with it. It's the same thing that what Martin Luther King did. He took the civil rights movement and he took it to his direction. And when he thought it was over with, it's because he got slighted. And the same thing that happened to Jamal Bryant when he felt like he was done because nothing wasn't happening. Target didn't change anything. Black people still going to Target. Just like Dinah say, we got a Target right here in Camp Creek. You can't even find a parking space. So think about this. The fucking preacher that claimed to be a Target fast, why he didn't go over there to he didn't say nothing about the black people that keep it 24/7 at that parking, that Camp Creek one in the black neighborhood stay packed. It just didn't make sense.
Yeah, that's the problem. When you don't know what the vision is, you can't bear if you're not a vision bearer, you can't bear it.
So he got out of it to say
you can't hijack it. But Kyle, Fire is on. Maybe he wants to come up and speak.
Hello, who? Fire is up here. He's up. Let me
Yeah,
say
but let him speak.
How do you kill a man with a vision? You give him another one. Right now, social media is giving people tens of thousands of fucking visions, at one time. And nobody can focus on one thing, That's why we have the problem we have. Go ahead, Fire.
Yo, Bumbuckler, Wagwan, my people.
What's going on,
bro? Man.
Hey, look here, man. I'm with Hustle Smart. Our woman is what destroying our ability to organize. You feel me? There were organizations. But I think that women are part of the defeat of our organizations. You feel me? They don't flock organizations that regulate them. You feel me? I think that in the black woman's mind, only the church is their organization. You feel me? That's the only thing they see as an organization. A solution, what I think is, we need to organize we need to make men's organizations. I think we need to make men's organizations because somehow we have to control the teenage boys. We need to organize. We need to make organizations so we can grab the teenagers, the teenage boys, as soon as they reach 15, those ages. Introduce them to our men's club, men's group, men's organization, and turn them into a man. If you mean, so we can actually change.
I would say like this: how that would work is,
but how you going to do that? And the black women are controlling them.
We got to be able to.
How you going to do that? I can't find you when the black woman is making them to be their little feminine bodyguards.
Yo, Hustle Smart. Did you see that one video?
You're right.
I don't know if I sent you, like, you had this female in Harlem talk about, oh man, they're gentrifying Harlem. They do Billy's Condo. We ain't gonna be in there. So she said she's gathering up Hawaiians and whatnot. And we're gonna start threatening people and whatnot. And like, so everybody's like, yo, why are you turning these boys into fucking criminals? And that's what it is. A lot of the females control these YNs, you know?
Yeah.
They all get the mamas and the aunties that give them refuge and everything. And that's when I said something about that. And Nack Meezy's bitch ass talk about, why you go to me against Black America? Get the fuck off my platform, nigga. You know?
Yo.
I'm gonna keep saying that shit, you know?
Yo, I respect Carla. Carla knows what's going on. But Hustle Smart is one of the only dudes who really see what's going on. Because a lot of times we see our women and we think that they don't have no power. And that's where we as men get it wrong.
Get it all the way wrong.
Yeah, the women are actually more powerful than us. Because even Carla and Hustle Smart, we actually part of the people who came through the cracks, who fell through the cracks. So the women don't want people like us. They didn't really make people like us. We just fell through the cracks. As Hustle Smart said, they have a whole army of black men, or they create a whole army of black men to defend them and their fucker vibe, their fucker behaviors. You feel me? And when we see, I tell some people that the women are the leaders of the Crips and the Bloods. A lot of people don't know that.
Yeah,
a lot of people think that the dude,
when the lady lost both her sons, right? And also, I thought she could be like, yeah, my lady, she's a Crip. Her and the man were original Crips one night, and they're having the libations and whatnot. They had the sons in the caskets dressed up in Crip. She's having a Crip party. I'm like, it ain't no hope, man.
The women don't go to jail for Crip and Blood behavior.
Nope.
But they are the orchestrators.
Yeah, they don't want
to It was Raymond Washington and Tookie Williams that formed the Crips, right? It wasn't the one that was doing it.
We're not talking about the people that originate the same way that the other dude started up the GDs in prison. He started up the game. It's the same thing with anything somebody invented.
Yeah.
Just because
I don't know correlates that women are controlling these young. We
talking about who's the facilitators, Elvis. Who think about it. And all these projects. I remember when I was out there on the block, it was some female was letting me keep my drugs in her house. It was some female that let me keep my guns in her house.
If the police female's house is a trap house. And they
but they'll tell you
they can go like this.
Hold on, Carla. These chicks will tell you they want some gangster or some scammer. They'll tell you.
They'll tell what you attract.
So now they are creating these people that they want.
Yeah.
They are creating. Listen, the men you see is the men that the woman create. and like they go into prison for them. You know how much women downloading prison prison profiles and checking out prisoners.
Oh yeah.
Who sends who in their right mind do that?
Black women with degrees and
The
everything.
thing that's missing is the men, right? A man needs a woman's energy and a man energy to be a man.
No,
You need
the
your mother's
thing what's
nurture and your
needed.
father's strength to be a man,
No,
so that
the
you can
thing.
show mercy, you
Listen,
can show compassion, but at the same time you can be strong. So what the men are
no.
lacking is they're getting certain things from the mother, but if their fathers are absent, they don't have that balance in how to be a
Hey,
strong, compassionate male.
hold on,
So
hold on. What's your name?
Elvis.
Elvis. Chill out, Elvis. You can't be doing that, because let me tell you this. African, Western African, the Christian colonized African,
okay.
your women are also destroying you
No, they're not.
in Africa.
No, they're not.
So it's no different. Because remember, a priest, or what's his name? He was a goddamn missionary, and he tried to slice a Liberian woman's neck. And he was some old fat nigga that looked stupid.
Some white guy.
So, but what I'm trying to tell you is the significance of that is how weak our structure is, where our women can do what they want,
Right,
and they're not doing what benefits us.
right. It come fire.
Hold
Yeah.
on, Lewis. Hold on, Lewis. Icon, who the women run Africa?
The women
course.
run Africa.
Of
No,
course.
they don't.
No, they don't.
Yes,
men
the
run
fuck
Africa.
they do.
No.
Yes, they
run-
do.
Now it's
Stop
the
being
men
silly.
The men
in
run Africa,
government.
guys.
Hold on, it's the
Jonathan, answer your
men
question. I
in
know it was
government
rhetorical.
that runs the government on the high level, on the everyday streets. I saw this for myself.
Africa
The
is
women run
patriarchal,
it.
simply.
You
The
say
men
what?
run the
Stop.
household.
That's a lie. That's a
The
lie.
household. What boy? Don't you know that
Elvis
most
say-
of the women in Africa are single?
Jonathan is a head of household in Africa. Ask him about it.
Jonathan is the exception to
If
the
his wife
rule.
listen to
Most
him
females
follow
in
his lead.
Africa are single.
No.
Yeah, it's-
Hold on.
Pastor Smart, you went
See,
to
where
the
I live at, man. Most of the women here.
Hold
single.
on.
Y'all
Wait
are
a minute.
tripping.
Jonathan wanted to come here. I want to hear what
Jonathan.
Jonathan got to say, man. Jonathan, stop being quiet. Speak up, man.
Yeah, but chill out. Hey, look here, Elvis. You're not gonna conduct anything. Just chill. You feel me?
I mean, bro, we're not being aggressive tonight. Just relax.
Yeah,
Make your
just
point
chill.
and relax.
Speak for yourself and stop speaking for others.
I can't fire. Hold on, I gotta ask Elvis one question. Elvis, what makes you think that women don't only run the household and
Don't ask
they
him
don't
no
run
question, man. He don't know nothing.
I
Don't
just
ask
wanna
him no
know.
question. He don't know nothing.
Let me explain it to you,
Go
right?
ahead, explain it.
You know, as a young man, I grew up in Africa. You know, for about 10 years of my life, right? And I saw
And
my father.
what year was it? Put the years out also.
Oh, no, hold on. I saw my father and my mother
But what
in the house.
year, Elvis? What year frame?
Hold on.
But that's what I'm saying. If you don't put the
No,
year frame, you're not putting the context.
nah, I
And
mean,
that's how
I know
you
it's
talk
different. It's
sometimes.
different now, but hold on. Let me
Nah,
It's
say
way
it.
but
different now.
you know what you need to ask him. You know what you need to
Guys,
ask him.
I was trying to make a point. Icon fire.
Simply,
Let me speak,
you
please.
need to ask him.
Let Elvis finish his points. Go ahead,
Right.
Elvis.
So, with all the households, you know, that were around us, in my personal household, my father was the head of the household, right? My mother cooked for my father all the time, every day. She's put his food separate. When he comes from work, I go and bring his food. My sister bring his, his water or whatever. My father was the head of our household, right? My friends, I had a friend right across the street from our cousin Jerry. His family is called the Ades. They live right across the street from us. Same thing with his father. His father was a pastor. His mother was, working, but she was mostly at the house. My other friend behind us, Jabate, he comes from a Vi family. The same thing. His father was the head of the household. So as Africans, I'm telling you, The men are the head of the house. My father
Oh my
tells my
God,
mother
bro.
Yeah, but
what to
hold on.
cook, what he wants.
You way out of the
Hold on,
loop.
you
They
missing
Now you
have
one
sound like
point.
authority
a
in their
dumber now.
household.
You
Elvis,
living in
you're
some
missing one
old
point,
shit.
yo.
That's what I was asking Jonathan because he's a part of the new generation. How is it things with him when he's in Africa with his wife? How does it go? Is
I'm
is
a,
he the
I'm
head
a,
of the household?
I'm a, I mean, I'm ahead of everything. But
Damn right.
at my, say at Victory's parents' house, mama runs shit. At Faithfulness family house, mama runs shit. And if I keep going down the line, this is what it's going to be up until the point where we get to the village people. The men run shit. If they live in the city, it's ran by a woman for the
In the
most part.
city, the women run the show.
No,
The men
I
say,
don't
hey,
know. I
Lewis,
don't know about that.
Like, look, Lewis, I
That's what
can't
I
tell
see with
Lewis.
my own
Hold
eyes.
on for a second. Hold on for a second, y'all. Lewis, I can't tell you about Ghana. But
Right,
in
where till you get there,
Nigeria,
brother?
in the city of Lagos and Abuja, the women run the show. The women doing the hustling. The women is running the markets. The only thing the men do is standing around begging.
Oh, well, that's the
Simply,
problem.
hold on.
I can't tell you about Ghana now, but in Nigeria, which is the giant, the women run the show.
Okay.
Hold on, Simpolice. Hold on, Simpolice. Hold on. Wait. Some people don't know nothing about psychology. You feel me? They have no. Our people think too simple. You feel me?
Right.
You have to see. You have to listen. Just calm down. You have to understand. People live by our psychology. You feel me? That's how we live. Liberia women, they wear wigs. Ghana women, wait. Hey, stop arguing. Hey, man, Jonathan.
Be on the show, bro. We can listen to
That's
you.
not Jonathan.
Yeah, but
That's
wait.
Lewis.
Nigga, I'm muted.
But
Don't
wait.
say my name.
But okay.
No, that's Lewis. That's the most high Lewis.
Lewis.
Yeah, that's right.
Lewis, chill, Lewis. Chill, Lewis. I'm talking.
Oh boy.
Anyway, listen what I'm saying. Listen this. Hey, man, have some manners, man. That's why you Ghana people are losing your woman.
Oh boy.
You feel me?
What are you talking about? Well, because of one.
Your women belong to white men. So stop talking.
Oh, listen to this idiot, bro.
Don't go there, man.
As
Make your
long
point
as listen, as long as Ghana women wear wigs, they belong to the cracker, not you.
Oh boy.
So you need to check that first. As long as your woman proudly wear wigs, as long as your woman proudly wear wigs in Accra,
the Jamaican women wear wigs.
Icon.
The Jamaican women wear wigs.
In Jamaica 3 days ago.
I didn't say it's. I didn't say. Hey. I didn't say it's different. Hey, man, y'all act like children.
No, because you're trying to demean Lewis by saying his women belong to the white man. Your women belong to the white man by your logic too. So what are you doing to bring your women back to you?
Of course, stupid.
No need for ad hominem. I'm just asking, what are you doing to bring your women back to you?
Hold on, man. Y'all argue dumb. Y'all argue dumb. My argument is, okay, you know what? I want to say this to you. Are is still primitive to what's going on in the West. So your women are lusting for the behavior and hold on, is trying to be like American woman. That's what all African woman is doing.
Hey, that's the truth. That is the truth.
Okay.
Y'all don't know what's coming. Y'all don't know what's coming. Y'all just y'all just slow. Y'all just slow.
No, you're slow.
I got to admit this one thing that me and Lewis had a conversation about that, and I was telling him, I like, hey man, that American thing, that American girl, the way they are, they all over there talking like Cardi B and acting like Nicki Minaj, and You know what I'm saying? And they have this.
Okay.
They have this materialistic. They're materialistic, living in squalor. They materialistic, but living in dilapidated houses. So you'll see them in the dilapidated houses, Lewis, with all these mannequins with wig heads on them, with goddamn pocketbooks and all this material stuff. But they got to go fetch water out of a well.
Right. It depends which.
And they don't want to unite with their man. They don't want to.
No. Listen to me, brother. Okay, if I can get chiming.
Yes, sir.
Hey, you sound low too, Lewis. I don't know what's been going on with your mic, bro.
Yeah.
You sound real low, bro.
It's in the morning, so I can't go too high up my neighbors. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Yeah, you good now.
Your roommate. Go ahead, Lewis.
All right.
Shut up, Jonathan.
Okay, do you guys, and I'm expecting Jonathan probably not old enough, Carla, to remember this. There was a famous movie from the black guy who played the voice of Darth Vader. A famous movie in the 70s. And basically, it was about a lady who had about 4 kids in the house. She met this bin man. She moved him in. But every time the social people came around, they had to hide everything he bought for his lady. So if you remember this film, famous film. You know the one I'm talking about, Carla?
Yeah, get to the point. I'll go ahead. We understand, though.
The point is, the white man has created this shit to get the black man at the house in the Western world. Okay? By getting the black man at the house, the black woman loses her protection, right? She then uses the leverage that the white man has given her, right, to have a go at the black man. Understand? Right? So her father for the house now is the government. And they're doing this in the UK, right? Now they want to try and push it into Africa. But the reason why they can't push it heavily into Africa, because in Africa, you can't go and get social benefit. There's no social benefit. But the black woman...
So that's a good thing, Lewis, that there's no social benefit?
Yeah, it is a good thing, right?
Oh, boy.
To an extent, yes, it is a good thing.
No, it drives our women to prostitution, Lewis.
No. Hello.
It's a cause and effect, but Lewis is right, though.
But hold on.
Listen.
Hold on.
Can I
let him finish, Icon. Just let him finish. Then come back over.
Listen, I was raised in a village. Okay, I was in a big town, but it's in a village, traditional village, 5 miles away from Ya Asantewaa herself. Men have always been in charge. But the problem is, when the last resort come, the ones who benefit from men being in charge are the women. They're the queen mothers. They're the ones who decide who become king, chief, and so on. You inherit from your mom's side in many of the societies, especially Ghana, where I'm from. But the men are in charge. When the man become weak, then the woman step up. She's there to make
Can I say something to you? All right, Lewis.
Let's pass it around. Icon, take a break for a second. Let's pass it around.
Just let him finish. Okay, then go back. I'll let you talk before I talk, Icon.
The point I'm trying to make is that the white man has designed all this. Listen, right here, I got white friends here, right? White people here who have no control in their house. The woman says this and they are fucked. I got 2 white friends who have been accused of rape by their women. Right? Just by getting up and the man wants a little piece and then they'll report in rape. You don't know the hell that's going. You can't even get married anymore.
Talk now, man.
But you're agreeing with you making Icon file your case.
Right? No,
yeah, man.
That's why I'm trying to get him to listen to me, because I'm telling you, it is by design from the Western world.
No, we don't care. Hey, Lewis, we know how it's designed. We're just telling you.
Let me tell you how you do it.
Go ahead. I want to hear this. Listen, I definitely want to hear this. How do you do it?
Listen, if you're in a Western world, living in a world controlled by the white man, you're fucked. You can't make it work.
But how do you shut out the women in Africa from getting?
That's simple. Listen, no African man is gonna make law that's deliberately gonna push the man out the house. That's what I'm telling you that.
Okay, all right, fine. All right, let me tell you something, Lewis. Let me tell you something. There's one way. There's more than one way to skin a cat, Lewis. So you can't just direct things that way. What I'm trying to tell you is, okay, you say men rule the village, but as soon as you get a flush toilet, that woman gonna switch on you.
No, she ain't.
You feel me?
You're gonna love me if you get a flush.
This is a guy who's never been to Africa and talking like you know the African women's psyche.
Hey, as soon as the village get upgraded, there come that shit.
Jonathan got a toilet in his household in Africa. Are the women switching on you, Jonathan, because he got flush toilets?
Jonathan is the exception. Jonathan is the
You don't
exception to the
understand.
rule.
All right. Let me just get you. Let me get you. Hold on, Louis. Hold on, Louis. Louis. Hold on, Louis. Hold on, Louis. I'm talking. Hold on, man. It was my time. It was my time, Louis. Calm down, man. What I'm trying to get y'all to understand is the colonized black woman belong to the cracker. Unless she is decolonized. Listen, unless she is oh my gosh. Let me talk, man.
Hey, Louis, let him finish. Let him finish, Lord. I took up same way I took up for you. I got to be fair because I made him stop for you to talk, bro. Let him finish. I can't find you finish, bro.
When the black woman, all of them, don't wear wigs, they are decolonized. Until that day, if black women are wearing wigs, you have a problem.
Of course.
Because what I'm trying to say is they're showing you actually that they're not on your side. You feel me? So anywhere they are, and you see them that way, you know they're not on your team. You feel me? Listen. And they also are training their children to be on their team and not your team, the man. And they are also training the men. They also train men. So they are also training that 5-year-old boy to be loyal to her and not the father. So even though you see they all look nice and they all look calm and all, they are playing tug of war. You feel me? Our black women, the Christian ones, they are playing tug of war. Listen, the only men in Africa that rule their women is the Muslim ones.
Get out of here, bro.
Because
you've never been to Africa, you don't have a first-hand experience on how men and women interact on the continent.
Hold on for a second. I can't fight. Hold on. Let me get 30 seconds. Now, one thing.
And maybe the one that.
Hold on. I can't fight. Hold on 1 second. 30 seconds. One thing I can say, I don't know this about Ghana, but in Nigeria, the chicks that got the most structure are the Muslim chicks. You get what I'm saying? I will say that too.
No, you think that, but a lot of Muslim girls sleep around.
Hey, Elvis, I'm not saying what they do in the dark. I'm not saying what they do with it. I'm just talking about in public. When you go through the markets, when you go out in public, those are the ones that ain't running out there with goddamn skirts all up in there and walking down, taking 2 steps and got to pull down their skirt, walk around with no drawers on, because that. And believe me, I love it. So I ain't complaining. I like Africa. Them chicks walk around with no drawers on. Only thing I'm saying in public, the Muslim chicks that are dressed in their garbs, there seem to be more structure. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that what they do behind dark and what they do at the house. I'm just saying out in public. They're not acting like city girls in America. The African chicks are acting like city girls. I'm talking about yelling, screaming, yelling, period, and all of that loud shit. You don't see the Muslim girls acting like that in public. And I pass the mic back.
Right. Listen. Hello?
Yeah, they don't do it in public. They do it in private. They some hoes.
Right. Look, when I first met my wife, right, I asked her, why do you wear wig? Why do you wear weave or wigs? And she explained it. She don't wear it now, but she explained it to me. And I get a similar answer from other women. And that's why I told her the same argument I made. Like she said, well, if I don't cover my hair starts to break, it starts to fall off, and I get like, So I'm saying, but why do you think God made your hair like that if you're not supposed to wear it out in the open, if you're always supposed to cover it? So it was contentious. There was tension between us because she doesn't like wearing her, she has like brittle hair, I guess you call it brittle hair, but it's it gets bad quickly if she doesn't like either put in like a braid or put some kind of attachment or weave on it. So the point is
And
that
Elvis,
not all
I
women
love
wear the
that what you
wigs
said.
because they love the white man. Some of them wear it because they think that they're protecting their hair when they wear it,
Elvis,
Now, Elvis,
I
or it
let me
helps
ask you
their
a
respect
hair
that
question
what
grow.
real
you
quick.
said.
Did your
Hold on,
wife go to one
Elvis.
of them
I
schools in
respect.
which
Hold
they
on,
got a
one second.
shut up, nigga?
I, I, res- I
Did
respect
your
what
wife go
Elvis
to one
said.
of them schools where they got to shave their hair just to go to school?
No. We don't do that in
Y'all didn't do
Africa.
No,
that.
That's not in
all right,
Africa, but
Elvis.
in Liberia. No,
Elvis,
what I'm
hold
saying,
on. I
she used to
respect
wear
what.
it when I first met her. She was wearing wigs and attachments,
Yeah,
and I asked her
as I'm
why, and
saying,
that's the
Elvis.
explanation she gives me.
As
I
I'm
can
saying,
deal with
Elvis.
attachment.
Yeah, the
Hold on,
attachment
one
is what
second.
they like. If your hair is not long enough, you put um
Hold on.
like
They make it
when a
look
girl
like
get
braid,
braided,
like they
right?
got
When they get
braids
You
or
make the
braids,
something.
ponytail longer.
that's what we call attachment because
Yeah,
they add the wig and then mix it with the natural hair and they braid it all in together,
yeah,
so
I
they get
can
that
deal with
long.
that. The wigs is what I can't deal with.
Okay.
The hair hats.
Yeah.
All right, look,
Yeah.
Elvis. This
Especially
is
the
what I'm
ones where they
saying,
be
right?
having the white part sticking out, and it's like, come on,
Yeah,
man.
that's
Why would you do
they don't
that?
even have it closed up. You can still see that.
Oh Lord, the cheap ones, the cheap ones.
The cheap ones, bro.
Fucking hell. They got
They
some
just
Well,
heavy
go
got it
ahead,
on their
Confire.
head
You've
just
been
to
trying
say
to
they
say
got
something
some
for
on
the
their
Man,
longest.
head.
and they swear up and down they look cute with it on too. Oh, just
Cricket.
that shit to be
I'm talking
hurting.
about cricket, Jonathan. Cricket, that shit off like they got it flipped up like they from Philly or something. The shit curling in the front.
The thing that pisses me off, you see professional women, smart, educated, having a good job, and they have the most diabolical looking wigs on their head. I'm like, you can
I'm
afford
talking
something
about
better. Go get a
It's,
Rick
it'd be
go
like in
braid
Morris.
your hair, do
Hollywood.
something.
Rick
It's
Morris.
one thing to do that, but
Especially
when
the
you see it in a
African woman.
Nollywood movie, the Nollywood movie, they be having some fucked up wigs. But I'm like, God
Fucked
damn,
up, dry as fuck.
Hey, Carla, did you
And
remember
bleached.
that film I
And
was
they
talking about,
bleached.
Carla?
But
hold
let's
on, do it
agree
my
that
ask
not
you a
all
question.
women wear wigs
Hold
because
on,
they're
hold on. Do
infatuated
it my
with
ask
white
you
men.
a question.
Sometimes they're
Do it
doing
my
But
it.
still, the majority though, the exception doesn't negate the rule, Elvis.
But
Like, cause you
that's what I'm
talking
And
saying.
that's
In
about
not the
Africa, where
case.
most of these women having to deal with white men, you think they're wearing those wigs, knowing
I
something,
would argue it has nothing to do with white men in
right?
Africa. It has more to do with the fact that
No,
niggas want them to shave their hair. Just so they can go to school
no.
and do teaching shit.
All
That
right.
shit
This
got
is
to
the
go.
case. All right. This is the case. It makes them. All right. It is evidence that they think that God didn't finish making them. You feel me? So they think, yeah, right.
I agree with that,
So
man.
so they think
That's some
that. So
Hebrew
they
Israelite
think
shit.
that. So they think that European look and the
Uh-huh.
Indian look is what is finished.
I agree with that. They think that's the finished product. I agree with that.
They
Yeah.
say that they think those kind of hair are more manageable. It's easier to put together.
No, no,
Whereas
no,
the
no,
more
no,
I
Afro
don't
Elvis.
coarse
No,
care.
hair,
Elvis.
it takes a
They
longer
think that
time to
We
really
don't
finished
style it.
care.
hair. No, no, hold on for a second. Hold on for a second.
Yeah,
One
but we
second, I
don't
come
care.
fire. They don't think it's more manageable. The words out my handler mouth said it's more exotic looking.
Yeah.
It makes them
Yeah,
look better.
Yeah.
That's the word. She don't
beautiful.
say. They don't say nothing about managing. They say it's more exotic and it makes them look better.
You know
That's
why?
exact words out her mouth.
Right. You know
Okay,
why?
that's her.
You know when that started?
And that's how most of them think.
Yeah. You know
That's why
how?
they put on stupid ass wig.
Right.
They'll put on a
Yep. Yep.
wig
Yep.
that look worse than they hair
Right.
But
You know
just to
and
when
at
that
have on a
started?
wig.
the
You
only
know.
thing I got against it is that the men make them cut their hair. If they don't have to
But
cut their hair,
where
they'll have
Jonathan, where
long
the
hair
men
like
make them cut their
everybody else.
hair?
For
In
some
Nigeria,
stupid
they
ass,
do that.
for some
I know they
stupid
do it
ass
in Ghana. You
reasons.
see a lot of Ghanaian
They
girls
do
just
it in
cut hair going to
Nigeria too.
school.
Yeah.
They do it for
School
the
Let me
stupidest
I
pick
love
reasons
up.
I
yo,
ever
I
heard
love
in my
in
life.
Nigeria.
They don't
All
want the
these
girls
girls,
Let
to
me
be
pick
in
up one
school
off
flipping with
all these
their
Jonathan.
girls,
hair,
all these
focus
women in
on
Nigeria
brushing
got
their
nice
hair.
hair.
Like, you dumb
All,
nigga.
all
That's a
these
threat
women
on
in
your
Nigeria got
education.
really nice hair. I give them that. They got the best hair. You know.
But Jonathan, that's a legacy of colonization,
No, it ain't.
and yes,
Bro,
it is.
we can look at them goddamn
What?
the art that they made thousands of years ago.
Yeah.
They ain't
Short
got
hair.
shit to do with the white man, brother.
Short hair.
You
Right.
see, you see shiny woman in art, boss man. Where you see
Yeah.
which
What?
which Nigerian art, Benin art, you see a woman with bald head? Where you see that?
Every
You're a
last
liar,
one of
man.
them, my nigga.
A lot of the queens,
That's a lie.
the queens in Egypt, they wore wigs.
Yeah. Look, you've always worn a
Y'all.
big headgear.
Listen.
We talking
They
West
wasn't trimming. They wasn't trimming Africans' little children. It came from colonization, dude.
No, it didn't.
Y'all
The
need to
British.
go check it
We're
yourself.
not gonna blame
You
colonization
could
for
not
every
go
little
to.
thing that happens in Africa, bro.
Yeah.
They
They were
listen.
selling slaves before they were colonized. Don't try to pull that shit off.
They never used to go to traditional schools before colonization. You know, you stupid American dude. What's wrong with you? How you slow?
Why you quick to call people names, man?
No,
You
no,
just
no, no,
want
no. That's
this
fine.
is just going to go down a rabbit hole,
Yeah,
starting insulting each
No,
other. It's not good for.
I have the luxury. I have the luxury
so
of being in your country.
yeah,
I
but
have
the
the luxury of
familiar,
being in
but
your
it's
country recently. I got something to say, now, and this really bothers me.
Yeah, he
my
just
country is
left Jamaica.
nice.
Hey,
There are
Icon Fire.
more.
Jonathan just left Jamaica, bro.
I love Jamaica,
Yeah,
but
that shit
there are
rich. Jamaica is
more.
rich.
Yeah. There are more Jamaicans in the United States and
In
Canada,
Canada.
in the United Kingdom,
Yeah,
than
Canada.
are in Jamaica.
What you
It's
say?
a,
Get out.
it's a bloody
Why
hurricane.
y'all niggas ain't built up Jamaica?
It's not big enough.
And
Jamaica
I don't
is
want to hear
pretty.
nothing about no damn
Jamaica
Jamaican
beautiful. Oh,
woman.
you asked
Your
me a
ass can
question, but you
do
don't
it.
want to hear nothing.
Why,
No, the hurricane,
brother?
man.
I
You
want to
asked me a question, but you
understand
don't want to hear
how
nothing.
y'all got billions of dollars outside the country. It ain't nothing for y'all to go into Jamaica and just start building all over the place. All y'all got to do is just organize. So why y'all
Jamaica
not
is
doing that,
nice.
brother?
Jamaica is nice. Jamaica is rich. What's your problem now?
No. I can't fight. He said that it's more Jamaicans outside of Jamaica than Jamaica. So they said with all the money that all the Jamaicans have outside the country, it would be easier for Jamaicans to come back in, the diaspora to go back in and take over if it's more on the.
Okay.
Yeah, but the
Okay,
land is
I
not big enough.
I
The land
heard
is
him.
not big enough.
I heard him, and my answer was, Jamaica is rich. What's your problem? Jamaica don't need no.
You didn't answer the question though, Icon. He's saying that it's people that what he's saying is that it's people that's not Jamaican, it's
I
other race of
heard
people
you,
that's running it.
my bro.
So
No, it's black people running Jamaica.
Jamaica.
It's
Negro,
black people
please.
running Jamaica. Of
Yeah,
course, there is.
I even know
Of
that
course,
ain't
It's not.
true.
It's not the
Icon
Indians
Fire.
or the Chinese. It's black people.
it's
Negro,
black
please.
people running Jamaica. What's he talking about? What are you talking about? It's black people that run
What actually,
Jamaica.
I don't know.
That
I'm
economy is
telling
fully
you.